Welcome, my little couch potatoes, to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama.
Hello, couch potatoes. Hope we're all doing good today. Hope you enjoyed some Midday Missing with Terry. I didn't get a chance to watch it because I was busy watching the stuff I missed from court, which I did compile and put together for all of us. So we will go over all of that in just a second. But first, let's say hello and good afternoon to our couch potatoes, shall we? Hello, Kelly P. Welcome back. Hope you're doing good, babe. Liz, oh girl, it's still late for you. Are you still painting? Painting your house? Lainey, there she is. Woohoo! You missed the first stream. Well, don't worry, I'm about to catch you up on what little you missed. So let's see. Hi, Juju. Welcome back. Thank you for being number 7 for the like button. If you haven't done it yet, be like Juju. Give it a hit. Let everybody know we're live. Plus, it's a brand new stream, and the YouTube gods do their special magic with an algorithm that I don't understand. So just let's appease them. Hello, Christy. Hello and welcome. I don't think I've seen you before. If I have, I'm sorry, but hello and welcome. There's Terry True Crime. Hope you had a good show, babes. Sorry I couldn't make it. I had to do some mom stuff and then re-listen to what we heard before we went to break. So let's go over that, shall we? Look at what I did while you guys were gone. I listened to the whole testimony again. We had the detective, crap, I forget his name, Springer, something like that. And he was the infotainment guy of Devyn's car. And so we tracked all the trips that she made from 5:19 p.m. on August 6th to, I want to say, 1:31 2 o'clock p.m. On the 7th. So that's my my notes from all of her notes from earlier that we went over. Okay, you're sending hearts in those sidebars. Thank you. Oh, I forgot to explain to you because you had asked earlier about, you guys on phones. On my computer, I see it pop up in the chat, never like on the stream itself. So like it does appear in the chat, but not on the stream. But apparently those hearts, I think it's what, let me open it. I see lots of hearts because I do have the chat open separately because I don't see them on StreamYard. So I was like, oh, let me open this up and see. But yeah, hearts, laughy face, celebration emoji, emoji, and 100%. So I guess you guys can click those as much as your heart's desire. Apparently it does matter. How? I don't know. But I know that YouTube tracks that. So make that magic happen. Thank you for that. Also, if you guys are part of the replay crew, you should have a new button down by where the like button and everything is, and it says hype. If you could hype any of our videos, apparently that super boosts us in a leaderboard or something. I don't know, but apparently it's a big deal. It is not present when a show is live, but I believe it appears after, I guess. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, the emojis. Yes. All right. So let's go over real quick this timeline. All right. I think this is the closest we've had to like something, concrete here. Kind of. All right. So on 8/6, the first trip, these are all sorted by trips. All right. So anytime it's turned on or off, that's one trip. Okay. So on 8/6, sorry. Juju has hype videos. Thanks, babe. Appreciate that. Thank you. Everybody be like Juju. So at 5:19 p.m., they are at Paladura, which is John's house. All right, where he lives with his mom, Yoko, and her boyfriend. All right, then they drive to Porcupine Rim, Devyn's house. Now, it all says Peepine because turns out I don't know how to spell porcupine and I kept getting it wrong. And I was just like, forget about it. Who has time for that? I don't. Oh, thank you, Stringer Bell, for the super chat. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, if you didn't know, I woke up with snow in my yard this morning, and I was like, "Whoa, I guess I can bust out the winter uh wear porcupine." Yeah, I know how to spell it now, uh, but it's embarrassing to say how many times I had to guess at it. All right, so they go from John's place to Devyn's, which she kind of said that in her interview. All the porcupines. I do like that they bring up the word porcupine a lot. Anyway, so they're back at Devyn's at 7:37. They go from Porcupine back to John's house, and they get there at 8:06, which does track with what she sort of said to the detectives, but also didn't, because she said, oh wait, shoot, I forget what her weird excuse was from the why the keys were found in the bag. Or no, she said that, oh, that's what it was. Sorry, there's so much lies and confusion. She said, not today, but what we heard on Friday in that recording, that John drove her and him together to his house, but yet her car was also at the house. Again, little lies that it's just like, why are you doing that? That's suspicious. Oh, you think that's a hedgehog? That's fine. We won't tell anybody. Terry, how is your mouse friend? I feel like it is somewhere in the house, just staring at me and waiting to go for the kill. That's what I think. All right, so they arrive back at his house at 8:06. At some point, because they weren't specific, the car was turned on, but they didn't end up going anywhere, and it was turned off. But they didn't actually say a time in court, so that was kind of annoying. Then the same trip, as they say, but it's 8/7. All right, so August 7th at 2:04 a.m. Devyn then goes from John's house to CVS. She gets there at 2:28 a.m. All right, she waits in line in the drive-thru for her medication to be filled, and then she goes from CVS to home and arrives at 2:44 a.m. There is some movement in the neighborhood going into sort of like a circle-ish, but the testimony says they weren't sure what that was. There was just movement in the area. So I took a screenshot of what they showed on the screen along with the Google screenshot of their house. So I don't really know. I think that's really the only highlight of anything that really seems suspicious. But when you look at that compared to the map, I'm not really seeing how this man get home till 2:44 a.m. Now, Yoko also said it was around 3 a.m. that she heard the dogs outside barking. Those damn dogs. Also, Devier said, yeah, Devyn came home at 2. I was asleep in bed. She kind of woke me up. It was 2 o'clock, and I just went back to sleep. Well, somebody's off on their times here. Okay. Now, let's see. On the 7th at 8:01 a.m., she leaves her house, but then it does a U-turn and goes back to her house, and then leaves there from 8:06, like she forgot something. Then at 8:10, she stops at the Funny's gas station and car wash, stopped there for a few minutes. Then at 8:21 a.m., she goes from the Funny's gas station, and the vehicle then parks at Ernest May Elementary School. So I don't know if the girls were already enrolled or she was trying to enroll them. I'm not really sure where the girls are in this whole thing, if they're already enrolled or if they're not. Because she did text him at like 4, John, for something about the girls' school. But I think next on the stand, hopefully it'll be the text person. And Court is back. Honestly, there's nothing more that interesting about her day. So that's what we got there. Not really a whole lot. It's doing a whole lot for me anyway. Oh, well, the meds were actually for one of the girls. One of the
Please be
girls.
seated, Your Honor. The jury's all present and accounted for. Thank you, Your Honor.
We are back on the record in C-377-239, State Bank, Mr. Devyn Michaels, may the record reflect that Ms. Michaels is present with her attorney, Deputy District Attorney on behalf of the state, you both promise to give to the purpose of the jury.
Yes.
All right, state your order, Mr.
Detective Luke Good.
Okay, and sir, you can just stand and purpose where you're.
Good afternoon.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I don't know what that was
I
about.
do.
Sorry.
You may have a seat.
Thank you.
Now, sir, if you please state your full name and spell it for the record.
Yes, my name is Luke Good. First name Luke, last name Good.
State whenever you're ready.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a detective at the Henderson Police Department.
How long have you been a detective with the Henderson Police Department?
I've been a detective for a little over 4 years now.
And in which unit are you currently assigned?
Currently, I'm in the Digital Forensics Laboratory.
And
I
what
thought
does that
this is
entail?
phone guy.
In the Digital Forensics Lab, we handle essentially all investigative technology. We do extractions on cell phones, we do cell site analysis and call detail records, vehicle stuff, anything that has a technological component or a computer or a cell phone involved, it comes to our lab.
What type of training and education do you have in order to do what you do?
Well, I have a bachelor's degree from Columbia Southern University in information systems and cybersecurity. And then we go through an extensive amount of training for my role in particular, just because of the nature of technology and how complex it can get. I've trained at the National Computer Forensics Institute in Hoover, Alabama. That's sponsored by the Secret Service. And then several other trainings with a lot of the vendors that we utilize. That gives us a good foundation to use their tools and just the knowledge that we need to do our job. That includes Celebrite, Magnet Forensics. I'm certified through them. I'm certified through the NW3C, which is the National White Collar Crime Center. That's sponsored by the DOJ. So we have to have a lot of training and qualifications just to earn those certifications.
And you mentioned a couple of software programs. For today's purposes, what are the relevant software programs we're dealing with?
So for today's purpose, we're dealing with cell phone records. I utilize CastViz, which is a software that's created and maintained by the FBI. And then I also
Cell
use
phone time.
ZX. It's called Trax now, which is just another company that produces the mapping software that we utilize.
And have you received training in those two areas of software?
Yes,
Is it fair to say that technology evolves relatively rapidly?
correct.
And as a result of that, you receive ongoing trainings as through the course of your career as things change?
Yes.
With regard to today's testimony, you mentioned a couple of terms: digital forensics, DFL, Celebrite, Trax. What is it that you are focusing in on, and what is it that you're familiar with, but this wasn't your role in this case?
With respect to today?
Yes, so are you dealing with the stuff that's extracted from phones, or are you dealing with something else?
So specifically today, because we're all cross-trained in the digital forensics lab on a lot of different disciplines, today I'm specifically focusing on and speaking to the cell site analysis, which is call detail records.
What is a call detail record?
Call detail records is what all the cell companies maintain: Verizon, T-Mobile, all the major carriers, AT&T. They maintain records of every transaction that occurs on their cellular network. So every time you make a call, every time you send a text, stuff like that all gets documented and stored. And since there's cell towers all over the place, they also document which cell tower was being utilized at the time, which is where we can get investigative information.
And we won't dive too far into it just yet. Is it fair to say that you are not dealing with content of what may be on an actual cellular device?
Correct. No content, only the transactions and the connection information through the network.
And have you become aware that a separate detective in your unit has been assigned with dealing with the digital forensic downloads of the devices?
Yes.
And that would be whom?
That would be Detective Campbell.
And he would deal with any content, correct?
Yes, anything on the phone is what he would deal with.
So you're talking about records stored with outside your agency. They're actually stored by very big companies, correct?
Correct.
What companies are those when it comes to this?
So the three major carriers in the United States are AT&T and T-Mobile, and then Verizon, but we're not using Verizon in this case.
Okay, so we're focusing in on AT&T and T-Mobile.
Correct.
In past experience, are you familiar with those types of records?
Yes.
And do the T-Mobile records look a little bit different from the AT&T?
A little bit, yes.
Did you prepare an exhibit today in order to accurately explain your findings and testimony to the jury?
I did.
And Your Honor, this has been provided to defense counsel. I'd move for the admission of exhibit number 3.
No objection.
Number 3, is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, 3
Let's
is
get some phone data. I'm ready.
And sir, does Exhibit 3, you created that, correct?
I did.
And is there an exact mirror image of that exhibit that's going back to the jury on your supercomputer there?
Yes.
Okay, so for ease of use,
Uber
you're
computer.
referencing the same
The courts
exact
love the word
files, you're
Uber,
just
by the
not
way.
plugging in the extra thumb drive.
That's correct.
If you could just pull up the content of the entirety of the disk.
Yep, and that would be, I have it saved on my desktop here, and I already have it open. This would be the content of the USB flash drive.
Okay, and I see 7 different files, correct?
Correct.
Is there any particular file that you would like to start with that kind of gives an overview of what we should be expecting from these updates?
We can just start going through the folders.
Okay, let's start with folder number 1. Back out a second. Did you title that yourself?
Yes.
And what is that title for the record?
So to title them, I used the phone number and then the associated user of that phone number that I was provided by the investigating detectives. So for this one, the first
The
folder
person
is
says
the phone
Andrea.
number 702-353-3823, and it's Andrea Reyes CDRs.
And were you
Oh.
provided those by Detective Ozawa?
Yes.
Let's look at
You
it.
can open that folder, please. There's 2 separate subfolders. One says mapped data and the other says provided files. And I presume that the second folder is what you received. to
Winter is
analyze.
here, babes.
If you could open that. Subfolder CDR records, open that. And then there are several files. It looks like some Excel, some PDF.
Yes.
Go ahead and start with the COR affidavit certification file. Tell us, what are we looking at here?
So every time a detective sends a search warrant to the carriers, all of this information, we don't have to have the phone in hand. All of the information that I'm going to go over is stored at the actual carriers. So we send a search warrant to them asking for the information that we're looking for in our investigation. When they send it with us, they send us a certificate just saying that all the information is accurate and they're attesting to the legitimacy of it.
Okay, you can close that out. Tell us, what type of records did you receive with regard to Ms. Reyes' phone?
I received the call detail records that document all of the actual call transactions, and then I also received data sessions as well. Anytime that you're on YouTube or Google connecting to a cell tower, it logs those transactions too. So those are 2 separate documents. We also have the subscriber information document too.
Let's start with that. For the record, you're opening up Excel sub TIPCO.
Yes.
And what are we looking at here, Jim?
This is generally the subscriber information. This one they didn't fill out a lot of, but typically in this you'll see the subscriber name. Usually that's the person using the phone or a family member or something like that. This one is actually relatively blank compared to the other ones, so they just didn't populate a lot of this. But you can see that it went into effect 11/29 of 2022.
Okay, and what is the phone number, where is it found on this document?
Right up here in the top left, this cell.
And that matches the folder name that you just provided?
Yes.
With regard to subscriber information, different phone companies require different things when you start an account. Is that correct?
Correct.
Some companies require a subscriber name, some require identification, others don't, correct?
Correct.
With regard to T-Mobile, is it shocking to you that there is a missing subscriber name, or is that something you've seen?
No, this is not uncommon.
Okay. And there are ways in which detectives can determine who is actually in possession of this number outside kind of your expert knowledge.
Correct.
Like they could call them on the number and see who answers.
Correct.
For example, okay. With regard to this particular document, is there anything else you need to convey to the jury?
No, and the document, it states the phone number in here so that we clearly know that these records are associated with this phone number.
And that's actually listed as the MSISDN. What does that mean?
That's the...
Show us the important
It's
stuff.
like the Mobile Subscriber International Serial Number for the device. So anytime you see MSISDN, there's a lot of acronyms. This is always the phone number of the device.
Got it. You can close out. Now there's one separate document for the CDRs and then one for the data sessions. Tell us how those differ, what we're looking at.
So the CDRs is going to be the actual call detail records. Typically, it's always going to be dialing and receiving calls. Anytime there's a call transaction with the cellular device and another device on the network or off the network. It's going to include text messages, so any kind of transaction that traverses the network that's related to communications on the device, whether it's calls, text, stuff like that.
What about the data sessions?
The data sessions are specifically for internet connectivity, and it'll say in the actual file how many bytes up and down are occurring with each transaction. So if you're browsing the web, if you're using YouTube, something like that is what would be in the data sessions. It doesn't tell us what the data is or what sites they were connecting to, but just they were using mobile data.
Okay, and so let's step back for a moment, and if you could explain to the jury how it is that a cell device actually interacts with the cell tower, generally.
Sure. So you can think of cell towers kind of as giant Wi-Fi routers. So it's using radio frequencies to connect to the cell phone in your pocket, for example. Whenever there's any kind of transaction that occurs or you send or receive a call, it's reaching out through radio frequencies to typically the nearest cell tower. It's establishing a connection wirelessly,
Thanks for being a
and then
member,
it's
babe.
using that cell network to transfer any data or any call that you may have through the network to where it's supposed to go and back and forth to your device. So
While you pull that up, just a couple more follow-up questions.
sure.
So the jury understands, if I
Oh my goodness, you guys, I am a hot mess over here. What is doing the loading? Is it court? Is it me? Is it both? Just so I have some idea, because it's all fine on my end. So yes, I believe that is the remedy. So yes, Christy, thank you for letting me know that I was muted. I'm freezing. Okay. Uno momento. Hold on to your butts. And I'll be right back. Okay. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Let me redo this thing here. This one. Okay. Let's try that again. I'm not really sure. I'm literally the only person home, so nobody is using the internet but me. So I guess we'll see. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Let's try this again.
I have my phone and it's locked, right? Like I'm not doing any activity on it. Is my phone interacting with the nearest cell tower at this point in time?
Oftentimes, yes.
Why is that, or how is that?
So the cell towers are constantly trying to keep you connected to the network, and oftentimes the cell towers, especially if you're moving, you're getting transferred to other towers. They're constantly gauging connectivity to you. If you're in a crowded space, network traffic can sometimes be a factor. So if that tower is becoming congested, then it'll move you to another best available connection. So there's always stuff going on in the background with cell towers to keep you connected and to give you the best service.
So I don't need to be actively on my phone sending a text to interact with the tower.
Correct.
And likewise, if my phone is quiet or in sleep mode in my pocket and I receive a text, that could be coming through, or has to be coming through a tower as well.
Correct.
Okay. And what did you want to illustrate?
So I have a few photos just to kind of help make this concept a little more clear. So this is an example of the mapping that we do. We'll come back to these. So the data in the top left is not as relevant now.
If you're cold, they're cold.
But what we have
Bring
here
your
is at the base of this triangle is going to be a cell tower. As you're driving around, I'm sure you've probably seen them. They're usually three-sided. They look like giant triangular poles. Each one of those three sides is an antenna. So most cell towers have a set of three antennas that face out in three different directions. So what we can glean from that investigatively when we request these call detail records is it will log the transactions, it will log the connections with the cell tower location that you're using. And then it will also tell us which of those 3 antennas on the tower your device was connected to. And from that, we can typically infer distance from the tower and the direction from the tower based on the density of other towers in the area. So let me try to break that down. But this just shows an example of our mapping software. The big red section is just showing you which direction the angle is facing. It doesn't mean anything's in that red area. It's just letting you know that the antenna is facing that way. So if you were at this house, for example, you would be connecting to this antenna on the cell tower. And again, there's 3 antennas. So if you were off over this way, say in this neighborhood to the,
Oh,
to the
that's
right,
awesome,
I don't know if you can see my mouse
Justine.
over
I
there or
love
not,
that.
but if you're over to the right, you're typically going to connect to the antenna that faces
pretty
that
awesome.
direction. That's not always true 100% of the time. Sometimes there's geographic interferences and stuff like that that could cause another tower in the area to be the best signal. Or it could even cause, this line is not necessarily a hard line, it can even cause you to connect to the other nearby antenna just because that one has a stronger, better signal. And we'll get into that a little bit more.
Yeah, in a moment, just to kind of break it down, so.
Oh, look how
if
cute they
this
are tucking
particular
you
cell
in.
tower, or this particular cell tower has 3 antennas on it facing different directions.
Correct.
They cover 360 degrees.
That's correct.
But they're split in 3, so it's 120 each.
Yep, correct.
So this angle we're seeing, this particular antenna is 120 degrees of the total coverage area of this particular tower.
That's correct.
And you mentioned that sometimes there's a little bleed back, or I can't remember the term you use, I use bleed back.
Yeah.
Do you have something to illustrate that?
I do.
Go ahead.
Yep. So we'll get into that. And towards the end, I'll show you an example of multiple towers and how that would look. But if we zoom out a little bit, one of the questions is how can we determine then cell towers? There's documentation out there that shows they can travel in excess the signals of 20 plus miles in rural areas, and you can still get a connection. So in cities, we have multiple towers all throughout this area. Just in this image, there's multiple cell towers that you could be connecting to. So how do we know where that coverage starts and stops? There's a couple different ways. Typically, we can 100% map the direction from the tower that the antenna is facing. And then from there, and based on the cell tower density, we can start to infer a coverage area, especially in an urban environment, because typically you're not going to be connecting to a cell tower across the entire city. Most of the time, you are going to connect to the nearest tower, and in my experience mapping these, I'll see that you will connect to the nearest tower, and usually the antenna that's facing you. So another way to visualize that, though, by estimating the coverage area with other towers in the area, would be this. And this is we call it the horizontal plane. So if you're looking down on a cell tower and you slice the coverage, this is what it looks like. And it's just a good representation to kind of see the coverage area. In real life, shapes aren't perfect. Even the wedge that I showed you previously with the little pie slice here, it's not a perfect shape. And I mean, I'm sure everybody's experienced that as they've dropped calls driving behind buildings, stuff like that. So there's a lot of shadowing that occurs. This edge is not perfect. So just keep in mind, this is illustrative to give you a general idea of the direction someone is from the cell tower and where we can generally expect that coverage to be. So,
go ahead.
Okay, for example, and just to show the difference, this shows the direction from the tower. If we estimate coverage using, this is tracks mapping with their estimates and their algorithms and their understanding of the density of the towers in the area. This is the size of this particular tower that they came up with. Each tower is going to have a different size, again, based on how close other towers are to it. But the coverage area would be that entire red area. In theory, that's theoretical. And then this is just them overlaid, so you can really see the difference of the 2 mapping methods that I utilize.
Got it. You mentioned a couple terms, density and shadowing, and I want to just try to use my layman's terms and see if this explains it a little bit clearer. Fair to say that if you're in downtown Vegas, or say on the Strip, let's go with the Strip, there are a lot more cell towers down there than there are if you're out at Pabco Road on the way to Lake Mead.
Correct.
And so that might narrow in kind of your inference as to where the phone is, correct?
Absolutely.
And if you're out in that rural area, you may be hitting off a device, but you could be like, or a tower, and you could be like 15 to 20 miles away from that tower.
Correct.
In this particular area, we're talking about a residential neighborhood, correct?
Yes.
The Paladura neighborhood?
Yes.
Are there several cell towers within this area?
Yes.
And likewise, we're going to be talking a little bit later about a Porcupine Rim address. Is that a residential neighborhood?
Yes.
Are there several towers with that in that area?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not like there's one tower servicing this massive 20-mile thing. There's a bunch of cell towers in that.
Correct.
You were going to go on, I believe, to...
Yeah. And on that note, there's in cities and urban environments, we like it from an investigative perspective because just as he was saying, in the more dense urban environments, you're going to have a greater density of towers, which reduces the area that each tower services and covers. So in an example like this, you're going to have a lot more towers than you would in a rural area, which actually helps us dial in the general geographic area where somebody may be located or where somebody may be using that cell tower. Another technology, so there's two main concepts to the mapping and the location aspect of CDRs, and the second concept here is timing advance. What this is doing is it's using the same angles, the same antennas, so out of the 3 antennas, what we get with timing advance is the network, the cell tower, will send a signal to the device, and then the device will immediately bounce it back to the tower. Radio frequencies are the same material that light is. Radio frequencies travel at the speed of light. We know that speed, so when the tower sends the signal to the device and it bounces back, it's like an echo, like a sonar ping, and it uses the amount of time that it takes in fractions of a second to be able to calculate the distance from the tower that the device is.
So before you go on, just summarize it. Is your device required to be sending or receiving text messages or calls in order for the timing advance to come into play?
No, a lot of the times we see this occurring in the background.
Why is that?
The cell networks, and again, this was not designed for law enforcement purposes. This is all analytics on the cell network and cell carrier side. So they're trying to keep track of where the device is. They're trying to send out pings to make sure the device is still connected. It's all stuff to optimize the connectivity of the device and determine what the appropriate tower it should be connected to is. And just data for the carriers as well, because they're getting those distance measurements to see where devices are connecting to their antennas.
And to be fair, those carriers are big old corporations.
Correct.
Probably their bottom line is dollars.
Correct.
Right, so they want to give the best product, and so they're constantly testing and kind of refining their towers, etc.
Yes. And that's what all of this is for. And what I have here is several examples mapped together. And this is another tool that we use investigatively because if there's a lot of timing pings, one, you can track the movements of people. But if you get a lot of overlap, because we don't know exactly where on this arc they are. We know the distance from the tower, and you measure that distance with the whole length of the antenna. So that equal distance from the tower gives you a circular shape. We get a little bit of a half circle here. And we know that they're roughly that distance from the tower. It's pretty accurate within a few meters. And they're going to be somewhere along this line. So when we start getting a lot of activity in an area and the cell phone's bouncing off different towers, we start getting lines intersecting and we start getting lines developing next to each other. And for us, we often use this to locate suspects in crimes. In this particular case and example, we're using known locations, but it just kind of helps validate. You can see that you get a lot of that crisscrossing in areas that you know to be relevant to the investigation.
Let me stop you before you move on. So you said we use this a lot to locate suspects who committed crime. So initially you said this wasn't initially created as a law enforcement tool. This is stuff that the big cell phone
Is he
companies
upside
are
down?
doing on there.
Yes.
This is something you rely on very frequently in the law enforcement world.
Yes.
In fact, it's becoming more and more important to our investigation, particularly in homicide. Fair?
Correct.
You said that you sometimes use this to track and locate suspects. Have you, throughout the course of your experience, seen this and relied upon it? And if a phone says it's at these intersected arcs, that suspect is actually at that location?
Correct. And I started using CDRs as a property crimes detective, and a lot of times we would determine the suspect's phone number, and now we have to try to locate them to see where they're storing stolen things, stuff like that. So we would frequently be able to use these arcs to at least get a good idea of what street even that they live on, and then we'd be able to locate their car and locate them. So it gives us, again, it's not going to be a precise point like GPS. There's caveats to all of these, and the shapes aren't perfect, but reliably I've been able to solve cases and get within a pretty close distance of a suspect's house that I didn't know the address to.
And you mentioned GPS points. I'm glad you said that. So we've recently
Totally,
testimony
Stringer.
from
Totally.
Detective Spangler. You know him.
Yes, sir.
Spangler was tasked with dealing with the Burla, which is GPS. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that those precise GPS points are actually like breadcrumbs moving throughout the valley.
Yes, sir.
That's not what you're dealing with here.
No. What we're dealing with is we get a general geographic area of coverage. A GPS point will be able to put you within a 2 or 3 meter radius sometimes. What we're looking at is entire neighborhoods and the general direction from the tower. So I can say a device is in this general geographic area. However, I can't say exactly where in this shape it is located.
And let me just clarify something. Detective Spangler's responsibility was that GPS point,
Correct.
the burglar.
Yes.
And it'll be up to the jury to decide if this is consistent with that. Anything you're doing today with this, you're not relying on any information from the Nissan Armada's burglar system.
Correct.
This is entirely separate, and this is call detail records and timing agreements.
Correct. And in fact, when I map these records, I like to know as little about the case as possible, ideally, just because I'm able to focus on what the records are telling me, and I try to eliminate that bias from other sources, because then you know where to look. So if you don't have that information when you start the mapping, it's interesting how telling the records can be, and then you can cross-reference that with other data afterwards.
You can also cross-reference it with things like video surveillance or times where witnesses say somebody is and all that stuff.
Correct.
But you're not doing that, that's for them to decide.
That's correct.
Okay, go ahead.
And then we just have a couple more. This is another example. So if we go back a few slides, this is one tower that services that address. This is another tower that services that address. So you'll see there is a lot of overlap. And again, you'll have a couple options to connect to, and the cell network is constantly working in the background to keep you connected to the strongest and most reliable signal source. And again, typically that is going to be the closest tower and the direction you're facing. And I'll get into the caveats in a little bit, but just as another example of another tower in that area, and I should have overlaid them, but we'll see that in a little bit. But the coverage does overlap so that you don't drop calls. Obviously, there can't be dead spots between towers. And then this is again mapped with both features. The little, we call it a wedge. That's a wedge shape, a little pie slice. And then if we're trying to estimate or just show a visual estimate of the coverage area, based on the tower density, this is the coverage area that we're getting per Trax's calculations.
Okay, before you move on, I just want to ask, up in the left corner, it has your event number, it has August 7, 2023, the date, map CDR records from AT&T in red, and then a little bit further down, it says time frame 0200 hours PDT to 212 PDT. Is that Pacific time?
Yes, Pacific time, specifically Pacific Daylight Time, because every time the clocks change, it puts us on a different time standard.
Okay, so we previously heard the term UTC through another witness. What does that mean to you?
And that's Universal Coordinated Time. It's UTC, and that's the standard that we receive all the records in. That's the standard time that the entire world can utilize if we wanted to be on the same page. And then when you have time zones, you calculate the offset based off UTC. So UTC is always 0, and then PDT, for example, is UTC minus 7 hours, and that's how we would get to PDT.
And it's either -7 or -8,
Correct.
Depending on the time of year.
Yeah, we just switched to -8 with the time change.
Okay, and so if we're talking about August 7th records, you're doing a -7 to the records.
Correct.
Are the AT&T records themselves going to be reflecting UTC time?
Yes.
And so anytime this jury sees a map like this, you have already done the conversion for them.
Correct.
If they want to go back and look at the original records, they have to do the math and subtract 7 based on the time of year in the original raw records.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. Are there more
Yep, there's a few more.
explanatory slides? Okay, go ahead.
This is an example of 2 different carriers that service the same area. So the blue is T-Mobile, and then the red is going to be the tower that AT&T utilizes. However, these towers, even though they're 2 different networks, they are using 2 different towers to service the same general geographic area. So this is just what that looks like. And then I wanted to show this example just because we do get these outliers sometimes where you see this line from the, and again my mouse is on there, okay. So you see this line, and you'll notice that this little house here is going to be outside of that line, outside of the expected coverage area based on the wedge that we're looking at. However, and this is why I wanted to show the alternative method.
Because I was bored. I'm going to say it again.
If we utilize
5.
this H-plane, and the shape of that
Worker
H-plane is
memberships.
determined from a bunch of scientific
So
testing through
congratulations, the
the
winners.
antenna manufacturers. They're able to use a chamber. It's called an anechoic chamber is the scientific name for it. They're able to basically measure the shape of the coverage area of the radio frequencies, and that's where this shape essentially comes from. So you can see that it propagates out from the tower, not in perfect lines, and sometimes you will have that coverage a little bit back from where the wedge shows.
So we're now seeing a 249 next to the red ping and a 55.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
congrats.
5657 next
Being a lucky winner. Look at that.
So those are just the lines, the rows from the records that it was derived from. So this is one we're mapping, and we can even pull it up live later on, and I can show and get into that. But it's referencing each one of these points in my mapping software.
you all
This
for
is just a
being here.
screenshot, but I can click it, and it'll give me a little bit more information about where that specific record came from, and the way Trax does it, which is what
Shape
we're
looks
seeing
like a
here
baby.
when we're using just
You see
Trax.
its like nose and
It's
stuff.
referencing the actual row number that it pulled that data from the spreadsheet that they provided.
Okay, before you move
I finally
on,
worked it
so-
out.
So we're clear, if the jury wanted to go back and double check one particular point, they see a 249 like that on the AT&T records, they can go to line item 249 and look for.
Can I
the
just get to
telephone
Andrea's phone,
Correct.
please, and thank you.
Go ahead.
And all of those records, it's providing us latitude and longitude. It's providing us the antenna information. A lot of times it'll give you the rough street address as well for all the towers. So the software is designed to take all of that information from, it's just Excel spreadsheets with the phone numbers, the dialing number, the receiving number, all the information of a transaction or a call, including the location information of the towers that it was using. That's all in the boring spreadsheets. And then the software turns that into mapped data, and it allows us to see it.
Did you have more explanatory slides?
Yep, and this is one of the last two. This is just a good example I pulled from the internet where it shows it's not that perfect wedge shape that we depict in the mapping. That's just to give you a general idea, again, of the geographic area that a phone might be connecting. However, in reality, it's more like a blob. So what you can see here is the dark blue would be this antenna. It goes out to here. Sometimes it'll bleed over to the side of the lines. And again, there might be obstructions, buildings, something like that, that creates shadowing because radio frequencies behave similarly to light. They're the same material. You might have tall buildings here, so the better connection will be the cell tower that's actually further away. And then just to give you an example of a dense urban environment with all of that overlap, this is what it could look like with the various coverage blending into each other with multiple cell towers. So this is similar to a neighborhood, like what we were just looking at with all the pictures I showed you before.
Got it. So with this particular exhibit, I want to get into a moving cell phone. So if a cell phone is interacting with towers or someone's on the phone and they're driving on the freeway, is there like handoffs between these towers as the phone moves? How does that work?
Yes, and so the coverage overlaps intentionally because when you start getting away from this tower, the network is constantly measuring
What a
and
mess.
keeping track of your signal strength. And once you reach a certain point, and again that can change from day to day even, you reach a certain point where the network will decide now the next closest tower is the strongest signal, and it will seamlessly transfer you to that. So you can drive around town without ever dropping a call.
Maybe you
Yeah, sometimes you do.
all right, is that the end of your explanatory
Yes.
exhibits? Okay, so let's go back to folder 1 with Andrea Reyes' CDRs.
Okay.
Go into provided files, CDRs, and then if you could open up the particular records we need to describe before you go into any mapping.
Interesting.
Sure. We can open up the CDR records. So this is what it looks like when they send it to us. And what you'll see here is each column, they'll provide us, it's a ton of data. And I apologize, I wanted you all to be familiar with this before we get into the moving and the other exhibits, just because it's good to foundationally understand where all that data comes from and where all the mapping comes from. So
Has anybody retained any of that? I have.
column A here, we have the date, and it'll show you what date that cell transaction occurred on. And as you see, as I scroll down, the date will change. They're all in chronological order.
Column B.
Column B is the actual time in UTC.
Now, if someone on the jury wants to look at a particular line item, they've got to do their own math. They subtract 7, as a result of that, the actual date might change, correct?
Yes.
So if you're looking at like a 2 a.m. record, -7, you're going back 5 hours in the day.
Well, and this first one is a good example. So on 8/2 of 2023, the first transaction we have is at 1:45 in the morning. It uses military time, so it's a 24-hour time display. So if it's 11 o'clock at night, you'll see it be 2300, similar to these. But the first one is at 1:45 in the morning, so you would have to subtract 7, and it's a little confusing because of the 12, but you just have to work it out. So it would be 1:45 a.m. minus 7 hours.
Okay, so let's skip over.
Yay,
column B,
time
go
math.
to column B first.
Okay.
What is that?
This is going to be the call type, so it's telling you, and there's a reference key we can get into because I don't have all of these memorized, but some of them. A couple examples like this is SMS, so that's just typical cellular messaging. So if you send or receive a text message, that is what this is. Let's see if there's.
How do we know when we're looking at a call?
So when we're looking at a call, you'll see it's going to be either MTC or MOC in these records, and you all will have the actual key as well if you're curious what these are. I reference it a lot because it's too much to memorize. There's so many different acronyms. However, when we're looking at a call, line 1 is another good example. You have the calling number and you have the dialed number. The number for the subject number of the transactions that we're looking at is always going to be on one side of those. So either they're the dialing number or they're the receiving number. So you'll see the target phone number for these records is 702-353-3823, and you'll see that 3823 on one side of every transaction. And this here is a call.
It's either the calling number.
I guess Andrea's going to be getting a new number.
Got it. And so I skipped over 3, duration, to get into call type first. So when we go to your example, at line 11, go to 11 first.
Yes, sir.
That was a text message.
Yes.
So in the duration column, we see nothing, just blank.
Correct.
If you look above that, those are calls, and you're seeing a duration.
Correct.
So how is it that, or what does duration actually mean? Is it like the whole time I pick up my phone and I dial and then it's ringing, ringing, ringing? Or is it the time we're talking, or what?
It can vary between carriers, but usually it's when you connect. So the actual time that the call is connected, so when you hear it ringing, it's not connected yet, they pick up, and you'll even notice on your phone the timer starts. And that's how it's reflected in the cell network as well. So duration is approximately 30 seconds for this phone call.
Okay. And then, do you know off the top of your head what happens when a call goes to voicemail, what it looks like?
Not off the top of my head, because some of these are codes. So when it says the calling number, voicemail is often 9999,
Okay.
like this.
Well, but that would be in the key, right?
Yeah, so that'll be in the key, but it'll tell you if it goes to voicemail, and then there's let me make sure there's no other columns because each carrier is a little different. No. So it would be under the call type, and or there will be an actual code in the calling number to
How often does
show
that
that it went to voicemail. So you'll see weird little numbers like this, and you would just have to reference the key to see what those mean.
Got it. Okay. So go back to the top.
Cheers.
We've gone through the first 5 or 6, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's go down the line and you tell me what's important for the jury to know about the rest of it.
Please, finally.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
and this is for the phone number ending in 3823. And so, for example, this first line is just showing that there was an incoming call from this phone number ending in 3557. The number that they dialed was our target phone number, the 3823. And then same thing, they say it a couple different ways with T-Mobile, the destination number, the called number, the dialed number, but you'll see that that's consistent with the target phone number for the records at the top. The IMSI is the International
Hi,
Mobile
Denny.
Subscriber Identifier. That's just a serial
don't know,
number
Denny.
for the SIM card in your phone. Because
I
sometimes
don't
we'll have
know.
people changing out the SIM cards. It'll show that in the records. Sometimes the records will get messed up like that if I click too much. The IMEI, that's going to be the serial number for the device itself. So your cell phone will always have that same IMEI. That's just the digital serial number that's always attached to the device.
So let me stop you. If I keep my phone and I switch out the SIM card, the IMSI will remain, the IMSI will change, the IMEI will remain the same.
That's correct.
So the way I always say is like the IMEI is like the serial number of the phone, the IMSI is the serial number of the phone number.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
And then you'll just have some completion codes. These are things I don't typically worry about. The service codes, this is an example of actually a forwarded call, and I start to retain some of these as I look at these records a lot. But the 02A with T-Mobile just means that the call was forwarded. And then this is all in the key as well. So these could be important if you're kind of curious about the nature of certain calls or you see something weird. The service code tells you a little bit more about what's going on. So if the call was forwarded or there's something abnormal about it, it'll be in these service codes, and there's a corresponding key
the plane
that
already,
provides
sir.
with this. The switch names and all of these cell site IDs, this is all corresponding to the network traffic as well as the network connection points that the cell networks basically distribute all of the traffic through. So it's not as relevant. And then the more relevant part when we get to these cell sites is the actual locations. So it'll show us the latitude, the longitude, and then, like I said before, it'll give us a rough address of the cell tower. And it'll tell us the city, the state that the tower's in, the zip code. That's all part of the address here.
Oh, she's in Oregon, Andrea.
Is there anything else generally we need to describe in this type of record for the jury, or can we move on to the
Please move on.
Nope, we can move on.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
And I don't believe there's timing advance in this
I'm
set,
sorry,
actually.
that's-
Right, a
that
TLDR,
section
please. Thank you.
So what are we looking at that's different from what we just looked at?
So it's different, but still similar. The MSISDN, like I said before, that you can just think of that as the acronym for the phone number. That's a fancy way of saying phone number. So it's always going to be the target record's phone number. So this is the target record phone number that we sought this information for, and the phone number associated is always going to be the same.
We were so close, you
And
guys.
then what happens is this is the phone connecting to the internet through the cell network. So you can browse the web without having to connect to Wi-Fi, for example. That's because the cell network enables you to connect to the internet. It's going to assign you an IP address. Without getting into that, that's just giving you a temporary address to access the internet through, just like routers work. Cell networks work the same way. You're going to see the same familiar numbers we just saw last time with the IMEI. You're going to see the SIM card serial number, the IMSI. It gives us the start time, and it gives us an end time for the data connection.
Now, do these data connections need to be going live, or could this be something working in the background? If I leave Instagram open on my phone, this is still recording stuff.
Yeah, you can still be running in the background, or if you're driving around streaming music or something like that, that data session is always going to be open, and it's going to be handed off to other towers as you move around.
And then T-Mobile keeps track of those records so they can charge me for all that data.
Correct.
They had to be bored. I'm bored.
Anything else?
But then
on
again,
this
we
that
hear this
you
all
need
the
to
time.
explain before we move on?
And I
Nothing
imagine
too
most
fancy.
people
It
have
still
never
shows you the cell tower sites and the locations and everything, though, which is how we can map, again, the latitude, longitude. It's how we know the location of the tower they're connecting to the internet through. And then it also gives us even the amount of data that they downloaded, the amount of data that they uploaded, and it gives us a duration in seconds. So we're able to, essentially all of this, we're able to take and put into a map and be able to see how long they were connected to a record or to a tower and what tower they were connected to. So it's just important to know everything that we map and we see on the maps comes from these data sheets.
Got it. We can close out of that. Can we now move on to mapping, or is there anything else you need to explain before that?
Nope, I think we are good to move on to mapping.
All right, so you're going to back out to the Andrea Reyes CDRs, and then mapped data. What is inside this file, folder?
Inside this folder is what I produce. So when I get all of these files, I plug them into my software, and then this is what the software spits out. So it will map all of the data for me. There's a few things that I can do. I can change the colors and stuff like that to make it easier to represent. And then after I'm done reviewing it in the actual mapping software, I can export that to a Google Earth file so that we can open it on any computer, whether they have the software or not. So it exports it to a file that's more friendly and more accessible to everybody, which is going to be Google Earth.
Okay, and can we now move into some of this mapping?
Sure.
Let's do that.
So this is a good example to do standalone. So we'll download Google Earth. This is typically what we use. Everybody has access to it.
The crime takes
and
place
it's
on
provided
Earth,
by Google.
everybody.
So all of the software is able to create a file that Google Earth can read. So I'm just traveling down to Las Vegas. Oh, and actually, this particular record, I'm going to zoom out a little bit. So
All right, so before you move on, well, while you're moving on, I guess tell us what you're doing.
So right now I have Google Earth open. This is going to be the program that we view the mapped records in. So now I'm navigating to the file, the Google Earth file that I'm able to
I wonder if
open
this
that I've
view is
created
from the
with
space
that record
lectus. Must
in
be.
CDR mapping, map data. So I'm going to open the Google Earth map to export that I created. So it's going to zoom in to the area of the mapping. And there's a couple things to explain here.
Yeah, go ahead.
So what we have up here in the top left is our little, and this is where it'll be more and more interesting for you guys. In the top left here, we see the time period that's displayed. So we have the records starting on 7/31 and they end on 8/21 of 2023. So right now it's showing all transactions during that time period.
Is it converted from UTC already?
Yes, I converted in my mapping software. So I already converted it. This is PDT, so this will be -7. It'll be an hour offset from our current time because of daylight savings time that just occurred. However, it's showing me what I showed you before, these towers, and then every tower is going to have associated data with it. So it copies all the data from the spreadsheet, and it'll show me how it used that data to map it. So now we have the actual maps that we can produce from all that data on the spreadsheet.
And the date range that you were just referencing, that is the entirety of the records that you received for Andrea Ray.
Correct.
So it goes back to July 31st of 23 and then it's August 21st of 23.
Correct.
Is that common to get that amount of time in records?
Yeah, oftentimes what we'll do is if we know when an event happened, we will look for a pattern of life as well. So we'll request a few weeks maybe before the event, just so we can see what their movements are, where they're typically located before the actual event in question that we're interested in.
And all of this has to be approved by a judge.
Correct.
And so, there's a lot of private information contained on your phone records. So you can't go overbroad and ask for like the entire cell phone history of this phone.
Correct. It's not a blank check, otherwise the warrant will get denied. So we can only ask for a reasonable window of time that would be relevant to what we're looking into.
And so, this is the records
Hi,
that
Ed.
you received
You're
from
very
Detective
welcome.
Ozawa associated with
Hope you're
Andrea
doing well.
Reyes' phone.
Correct.
And show us what's relevant about the mapping related to this phone.
So if we zoom out a little bit, we'll see that it's in the state of Oregon. I don't have the state lines here, but this is California. Las Vegas is right here where my mouse hand is. And then up here, just north of California, we have an area in Oregon. And I can even turn on some borders and labels so we can actually see a little bit more familiar. So here we have the state of Oregon. Zoom in down here to southwest Oregon. That's where all of the records are at. It started automatically zooming in because there were no records outside of this area. So for this particular phone number, the records are only in what you see on my screen right now. They never go anywhere else.
Got it. And so you as a detective, you don't have any information as to why Andrea Reyes may be relevant, may be irrelevant. You're just given this information and you're trying to figure out where her phone was at an operative time.
That's correct, and I prefer not to know that information so I can just review the records as they are.
Can you focus in on the late evening hours of August 6th, 23 through the early morning hours of August 7th?
Yep, and what I can do is I can either adjust the slider here to narrow my window of time, but since we have something specific, I can actually type it in as well. So what was the date range that you wanted again?
Let's go with 10 p.m. on August 6th into 2 a.m.
Or they're trying to rule Andrea out,
Okay.
which is fine. But I still want to know their drama.
So we
It's
don't
kind
have
of like there was drama, and I want to know about it
You just do
because I'm nosy.
noon on August 6th or noon on August 7th.
Sure. So noon from August 6th, Pacific Daylight Time, to August 7th. Noon again, Pacific Daylight Time. And then you can see here, it'll show what time zone I'm using.
Do you think they have court tomorrow? Tomorrow's Veterans Day.
And again, this is
Are
Southwest
courts
Oregon.
open? I should
And
find
these
out.
two towers, we can infer based off everything I just told you about how the cell towers and network coverage works. This is a good example actually of a rural area where there's not a lot of towers and there's multiple multiple cities and geographic areas that one tower can actually service. And you'll see there's 2 main towers that the people in this valley utilize, and the records were bouncing back and forth depending on which one had the best signal.
Okay, so it looks like Ms. Reyes' phone was in Oregon during the operative time period we just provided.
Correct.
We can back out of, well, unless you want to illustrate that with the moving map.
This one's not a great one for it because, and this is where rural detectives might have some troubles because you don't get a lot of movement in rural areas just because there's not a lot of towers that service large geographic regions. So I can close this out if we're done with it.
Yeah.
And let's travel back to Las Vegas.
All right, so if you can exit out of, or don't exit, minimize Google Earth, go into the second folder there.
Okay.
What are we looking at here?
This is the
We may not
provided
have
files
court
and
tomorrow.
data
I think
for
they're
the phone
closed.
number 702-561-9242.
And that was provided as Johnathan Willette CDRs.
Correct.
Let's open the provided files real quick.
Their justice court says that they're closed for Veterans Day, so.
What are we looking at?
So these are the records that they send. These records are going to be a little different because they obtained them in a different way from my understanding. They used live tracking, and when you request live tracking of a phone, they'll also send you the historical records that we've been talking about.
It is.
But they don't label them as nicely for us. So
Okay, so hold on a second. So we talked a little bit earlier about attempting to locate suspects, and you've used this technology before.
correct.
If a particular phone is missing from a scene, they go a different route and request records in a different way.
Correct.
So they could actually
Yeah, it
find
is.
that phone.
I don't know.
And you don't know how that phone was ultimately found, whether they used this or they just happened upon it.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
So we can open up the files though. This is the table of contents I was talking about that the previous records and other T-Mobile records come with. It's actually pretty easy to look through, and I believe you all will have access to this. But it tells you literally what every single one of those columns and rows means. It gives you some reference examples, and then it
My
gives you
kid
some
still
stuff
goes to
that's
school
not as important.
on
However,
Veterans
it
Day,
explains the
so.
date. It tells you the format the date's in, the call type, and then this is where we can see what each one of those things mean. So MOC, mobile originating call, MTC, mobile terminating call. It'll tell you what the transaction was if you really wanted to dive into it and see what each row was talking about. Let me close that out. The next one, and they didn't label them very well for us. This is the certificate of authenticity. Same thing that was provided with the previous records, and that's provided with all records for us to utilize. They're just saying that these are legitimate from our end, and they're true and correct as far as they have them stored. And then this is just a request form for us. So when we want to terminate the live tracking, we fill out this form and send it back to them. And then we can get into the subscriber information. This is an example of a more complete set of subscriber information.
And read for the record the subscriber name here.
That subscriber name is showing Johnathan /Tracy Willette /Baker.
See, there she has the Tracy name, Tracy Baker.
Address associated with that.
Correct?
That subscriber address is what was given when the phone was initiated, correct?
That's correct.
Not, you can't glean from that address where the person lived at the time.
White Castle Street.
No.
Okay. When was the activation date on this one?
11/13 of year 2020.
And then IMSI, same as we've described before.
Yep, same as we described before. The serial number for the SIM that they're using. MSISDN, which is again a fancy way of saying phone number. And that's going to be the target phone number for these records, which you'll see in the top left of every associated record as well.
Did you read that into the record?
The phone number for the record we're looking at? It is area code 702-561-9242.
Okay. Close out of that, move on to the next. And you're hitting don't save, I noticed, every time. You're leaving this exhibit in the condition the exhibit is going back to the jury.
Correct. Yeah, I'm not changing anything. So when I click around, sometimes you'll see like that column collapsed into a different number format. I don't want it to save like that. I want it to stay the way that we received the record, so I'm just saying don't save.
Got it. What's
The next one would be, and this is why I have another folder that says functional format.
oh, okay, what does that mean?
That just means that they sent me a weird format. It's Microsoft Excel 97 to 2003. So that was the way they saved it on their end. So what I was able to do, it just asked me if I wanted to convert it to a format that my computer can read, which I did, which is why I made this functional format folder.
Okay.
So now we click that and it'll actually open up.
Okay. And so again, we're working with T-Mobile records for Johnathan.
Yes.
And all the columns that we went through previously, that would apply to this record as well?
Yep, the same record.
And so we're clear, this is in UTC as we look at it now.
Yes.
Then any mapping you did with regard to Jonathan's phone would have been converted over.
That's correct.
Okay.
And they tell you at the top, they remind us that all times are in UTC, and then they tell you the actual time frame of the records at hand. So these records are from 6/1 of 2023 to 8/7 of 2023. And so it's a lot longer, and this is why we use programs to map them, and we don't do it by hand, because there are thousands and thousands and thousands of rows, all the way down to almost 6,000 transactions in this one set of records.
Got it. Now, these records, these particular records end on August 7, 2023 at 8:55 p.m. UTC.
Correct.
I hate to put you on the spot to do math, but what is that in Pacific?
Oh, that should be 1:55 in the morning.
1:55 in the morning?
Or sorry, no, we're PM. 1:55 in the afternoon.
Okay. And so you wouldn't know if that device was actually found at that time by the detective?
No.
Okay.
And then nothing really to go over otherwise. It has the date, the time, and UTC, like we said, and then you'll have to be on the spot and subtract 7 with a 12 in the mix to figure out the time.
And let me correct my language. I said you wouldn't know if the phone was found at that time. It could have been seized at that time. You just don't know.
Yeah, that's correct. I don't know the details of the device itself. I'm just operating off of what the network provided us.
Close out of that.
Okay.
And timing is new.
Yes.
So let's go into this and describe how this is different from what we've seen with Ms. Ray's.
So these are, we map them as the timing arcs. So when I showed you all those crisscrossing arcs, this is where that comes from. It's a separate document. And again, it uses that echo ping to calculate the distance from the network. There is a way to map it with lat longs, but it's not as accurate as GPS, and they give us weird confidence levels. So instead, I map it as the arcs because we actually know how that works, and there's more confidence involved with it. And it tells us some of the same stuff we've seen before, like the IMSI, the INEI. It tells us the phone model, and then it will tell us the actual time as we scroll over. It'll tell us the time of the transactions, and the way that I map it, and the best practices and industry standard way of mapping this kind of information is utilizing those arcs, and it measures the distance here in these columns. But it's using the same cell towers, same location information, same date and time, same device information. The only difference with timing is it's using those antennas, and it's calculating the distance from the antenna whenever they're sending that little ping signal to the phone, and the phone's sending it back.
Close out of that unless there's anything more to talk about.
Nope.
And we go into mapped data.
So in mapped data.
Go ahead, I'll let you kind of take the floor with it.
Sure, and so what I like to do, I use CastViz and Trax. There's a lot of different mapping programs out there. They all do essentially the same thing. They take all of those spreadsheets we just looked at, and then they will convert all of that into visual data that we can see on a map. It'll take the lat long, it'll take the facing. We know which direction the antennas face because in those records it provides what we call an azimuth, and that's the direction in 360 degrees with north being 0. It tells us how many degrees that tower is facing. So we know all of that information so that we can put it on a map. And you can actually map these records by hand. But again, we use the software because I don't have time to map 6,000 records per transaction. I use CastViz and Trax primarily, and I like to map it with both because then I validate the software off of each other. As long as I'm getting the same result with both software, I know that they're doing their job. And then I like to get into the records as well and verify a couple points of interest just to make sure, again, that the software is doing its job, which it reliably does, and it's trusted in the industry.
So you actually go in and just kind of point check the
Yeah.
work that the software does?
Yes.
And you actually do the mapping with the lat long?
Yes. Yep. And I even like to go in sometimes with Google Earth, for example. You can go in and you can see the street view. I like to go in and you can visually confirm. You can use Street View to see that there's a cell tower there. So sometimes I just like to make sure that the software is doing its job correctly and all of the data is correct.
Which one are we going to work off of here?
CastViz, I include Trax, and Trax is the one that makes that big kind of potato shape. I use that kind of illustratively. However, I rely predominantly on CastViz just because it gives us the raw data that's in the spreadsheets. It gives us the antenna, it gives us the sector width, so it's not inferring or adding anything. It's a little more sterile and a little more basic. So I like to work off of CastViz. So for the remaining exhibits, I'm going to be showing CastViz stuff. For these, though, I mapped them all together if you would like to. So for these remaining files, we can go through before opening the actual mapping because
you have them all included?
I was able to make it so I can open them all at once and then we can select.
Okay, before we do that, go in and open up the, slow down here.
Sorry.
Before we do that, back out, go to the CDR mapping. Folder number 3 is what?
It's marked as phone number 702-677-4430, Devyn Michaels, CDRs.
Open that. Provided files, CDR records, and certificate of authenticity. So now we're finally seeing an AT&T logo, is that right?
Correct.
So what we talked about earlier was T-Mobile records. They're kept a little bit differently than AT&T records, correct?
Yes.
Pull out or close out of this. This is just a normal certificate of authenticity saying these are the records for this number.
Correct, same concept.
And then what are these extra folders here?
So we have 2 different folders. They send it as a zip file, so I preserve that and then we extract it. So if we click the zip file, you'll see a bunch of records in it. So then I will unzip the file so it's computer friendly, and it's a copy of the file. So I left the zip copy there because that's how they send them. It just compresses it so it can go through email.
Got it. So let's open up the uncompressed or decompressed version.
Yep. So the uncompressed, there's 2 different sets, by the way. They requested the timing, I believe, after the fact, or we got 2 different sets of records through 2 different requests. So yeah, this is the timing. So this is the main one where we have the actual call records, if you want to get into that.
Yes, please.
So let me open up the key first. Similar to the T-Mobile key, they give you a reference key just because it's too much to be able to memorize or know what all of these things are when they send it to regular detectives. So everything is defined, everything that you would need to reference. So when it's talking about cell locations, it gives you details on how it works, deeper than what we need to go into today. But it's given you the actual site IDs for the cell towers, it's given you the lat longs, and then it's given you the actual beam widths, which is how wide we make that wedge. It's almost always 120 degrees. And then it gives you some definitions. So there's just a lot of good information in here that I refer to frequently whenever I see something weird in the records that I don't understand or that I want to know more about. And it explains how it all works. And then they give the files to us in 2 different ways. So they give it to us as a PDF, which is more human-friendly. And the report AU for AT&T is the call detail records with all the phone and text transactions. And then they also put their data in one sheet.
Well, we'll get to that in a moment.
Sure.
This looks different from the T-Mobile record, so let's kind of go through the columns real quickly.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So different but still similar. So at the top left, you'll still always see the target phone number. And for this record, it's 702-677-4430. At the top, they're letting you know that these are in UTC time, so you got to do some math if you want to convert it to your local time, which my software does. And then you're going to have the same columns. They're nice enough to give us a row number for their columns. And then they also give us the date, the time. They give us the originating number, the terminating number of the call, so both sides of the call transaction again. We see the familiar IMEI, which is the serial number for the device. We see the familiar IMSI, which is the caller serial number for their SIM card. And then it gives us the locations of the towers that's being used.
This is as frustrating as me trying to figure out how I sign up for parent-teacher conferences online. It's about as useful as that,
That one might have been in the other folder here.
which I don't know how to do.
This would be the subscriber.
Okay, just for the record, who's the name on that?
The name on this is Devyn Michaels.
Address?
The address on record is 5510 Porcupine Rim Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89130.
And does this one show activation date like the other ones did? Show the start date?
Yeah, it shows
Shows that.
Where'd you see it?
Alright.
Oh, here we are. Active time. So the MSISDN, and remember that's the acronym for phone number, active on 11/23/2021 to now, or when we pulled the records.
Got it. Okay, you can close out of that. Thought we'd get to that. What else we do?
They give us a couple different things, and for some reason they'll send it as a separate file. But the IMEI is saying
No.
for this phone or this IMEI, this is the phone number that's associated with it as of this time, 7/10/2023. And then the phones will often have. Sometimes we'll see two of these, just because you can have different SIMs inside one device. So they'll send us a report though if there's any serial numbers associated with the phone number and the actual device. But that's the whole page. They do this as a separate page for some reason. Same with the IMSI, which remember is a serial number essentially for the SIM card.
Okay.
And then location. So AT&T has this proprietary way of locating devices that they don't even fully explain to us because it's part of their secret sauce. But it's called Location Database of Record. It's unreliable, I've found, and a lot of experts in the field have found, so I haven't mapped anything with this. However, it is possible. It gives you GPS-like points, but if you look at the column over here, it says location accuracy unknown. And I don't like dealing with unknowns. I like stuff I can explain and information and data that I can actually source and rely on. So when they're saying location accuracy is unknown for these latitude and longitudes they're providing, that's worthless to me, so I don't map them.
Got it.
And then timing in advance is what we're already familiar with. That's that sonar ping that it sends to the device and back, and then they have a whole separate file for that as well. Similar again, has the phone number, the IMSI, the date, and then it gives us the latitude and longitude of the cell towers, and then it even has the sector orientation. This is the azimuth. That's where on the 360-degree compass that it's facing, so we know which way that antenna is facing. We know exactly the lat long of the tower. That's how we're able to map it.
Okay, you can close out of that. Before you go into your overlaid mapping, back out one.
And this was the other folder as well. But
Okay.
they just break up their records, and this is not relevant to our mapping.
Okay, so we can back out now, go to the main folder, CDR mapping. And then go down to the next one. For the record, what's that title?
The next one, phone number 707-628-1336. Devyn Willette, CDRs.
Provided files, CDR records and timing advance.
Yeah, and again, they sent it as two separate, so I just broke that up. But
So
CDR
let's go to
records.
CDR records, go to the, well, the certification is the certification, right?
Yes.
Is there a subscriber sheet for this one?
Yes. So the subscriber sheet. And again, at the top left, it has the phone number 707-628-1336. This is again T-Mobile records.
And this has a subscriber name of Joseph Sands and a address out in California, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know if Joseph Sands is a family member, Mr. Willette, or anything, that's just the info that was given to T-Mobile.
Correct.
Activation date?
Activation date, it's showing 3/1/2010. And then the same information we had on the previous records.
All right, and then this one says there's data sessions,
Correct.
and then CDRs, which we've already gone through.
Correct.
Back out one folder, and then go to timing advance. So this also has timing advance records.
Correct.
So this particular device, we have CDRs, timing advance, and data sessions.
Correct.
Is that just more information you can glean from the record?
Yes.
You can go ahead and back out.
Okay.
Before we go into our mapping, there's a folder entitled Google well, let me skip that for a moment. NDCAC Tower List, what does that mean?
So that's NDCAC. That's an organization that's managed by the FBI. It's a subset of the FBI. It's the National Domestic Communications Assistance Center, something along those lines. But they're a resource that we have that we partner with the FBI on. I have access to a lot of their resources that they provide law enforcement. That's where I downloaded CastViz from. So they have tools on there such as CastViz for mapping software. They have a lot of other tools. One of the tools that they provide is tower lists. So sometimes the carriers will neglect to send us the tower lists on a search warrant. NDCAC keeps a database of all tower lists from a certain time period so that we can have something for that call detail record to grab onto.
Okay.
Because without the tower list, there's no way to map it.
Got it. So you don't need to go out and drive around and see where the towers are. This is the tower list of
Correct.
the operative time period listed on the folder.
Correct.
Okay.
So I have those as a resource, just in case
Oh,
we're
my
missing
goodness.
towers or something like that. Or if it'll show half of my records weren't mapped, then I know that they must have neglected to send me the full tower list. So I just go in and I get the full tower list.
Okay. So before you go into your overlay mapping, there's a folder entitled Google Location Map.
Yes.
Is that included in your overlay mapping, or should we handle that separately?
That I can include it. I already created a separate exhibit for it that we can
Okay.
open up.
Okay, well, let's go into it first, and
Okay. So Google location data.
then it says 3 folders, first step, second step, third step.
Correct.
Those records were also provided to you by Detective Ozawa,
Correct.
and this is a little different from CDRs from a cell phone company.
Correct.
This is from Google directly, correct?
Yes.
If you can open one of the folders, or if you need to go into all 3, to explain generally what type of data you are mapping with regard to Google location data.
Yeah, so with Google, and I'll take it from the top a little bit just to be able to explain it. What Google does is when you start up a new phone and you download a Google-based application and you're signing their big long privacy document and you check I understand, inside of that they are giving themselves permission to collect data related to, among other things, your location. And Google will use that for analytics. They use it for advertising purposes. They're storing as much information as they can grab from your phone. So what they're programming into their applications on your device is the ability to read locations from GPS, from cell towers, from Wi-Fi, and then it's sending, your device is sending all of that back to Google, and then they're keeping a database of it. So similar to how the cell carriers are storing all of your information from when you're making calls and sending texts, Google does the same thing on their end as well. And so what we're able to do is we're able to ask Google for this information, but it's a little bit of a complicated process. When Detective Ozawa did this, I've done a few of them a few years ago when I was a property crimes detective. But what Google does to protect the privacy of their customers is they require a search warrant and we'll ask for a geofence. So we will look for any devices. We'll ask Google, do you have any devices that said they were in this geographic area? And we'll draw a square or a shape, and inside of that geographic area we'll send them all the coordinates so that they know the shape.
At a given time.
At a given time. So at a certain time period, so
feet
maybe
are so
this
cold.
week in August, we're looking for any devices that entered this location. Or we can make it as narrow as this 10-minute period. We want any devices that you, Google, logged inside of this geographic area. What they send us back is a spreadsheet of, it's called obfuscated IDs. So they send us, it's a bunch of random numbers, and every device has a long random number associated with it. And we can map it still, but we have to pick out based on that, hey, we're interested in these 3 different ID numbers. And they don't give us any information on who it belongs to. They don't tell us if it's a phone or a microwave. They don't tell us anything other than it was at this location, and this is the arbitrary number that we gave it for your purposes. If we find a device of interest that we see moving around in that area or in the area of interest at that time, we send those numbers back to Google for a second step, and we say, hey, we want more information on this, or we would like the subscriber information and identities on this, and then that's what the various steps are. Detective Ozawa would have to go into more details of what he was requesting each step, but that's how they do it, just so the customer data is initially anonymous. Because if we do a bank robbery at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, we're going to capture a lot of innocent people whose privacy is completely unrelated to what we're investigating. So we have to try to pick out what we think are the suspect devices. That way we're not just arbitrarily violating everybody's privacy who happened to be there at the time.
Right. The government would never do that, guys.
Did you or Detective
Never do
Ozawa
that.
receive
They
Google
care about your
location data ultimately in the third step for one or more devices?
I believe he got multiple devices, but I only focused on one in particular. This should be, yeah, he got, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4 of interest that he picked out.
Okay, and they're titled Johnathan Willette, Devyn Michaels, Tracy Baker, and Yoko.
Yes, and each file has an associated file that is the original zip from Google, but he didn't want to change the actual file, so in good practices, he made a copy of it, and then he noted which one was which.
Got it. And so I believe you said you narrowed it down or focused on one. Was that the victim, or Johnathan Willette's
Correct.
device?
Yes.
And what type of information did you get before you go into the mapping part that allowed you to map Johnathan Willette's device?
So they gave us, let me see if I can pull it up. The information they send you, and just so you know what I'm looking at, the information that they send you, this is like the billing information, so that we can see, once we ask for, hey, what's this big long number, and you can see up here, these are the big long numbers they provide us. What's this big long number, who's associated with it, so they send it back, and they tell us it's based off this billing information, and then a lot of times we'll get suspect information, or we'll get, whoever is in charge of those accounts, so Google Pay, billing info, and then you'll see, for example, this one says Johnathan Willette when I click down into the folders. So similar to the CDRs, they give us customer information once we finally know what.
Even the camera guy fell
Numbers of
asleep. Look
interest
how
we're
out of
requesting.
focus we
What
are.
type of location data are we talking about? Are we talking about interactions with Google or interactions with cell towers?
So for the location data, it could be interactions with cell towers. In these particular records, though, the location data that they had sent back was interactions with GPS and interactions with Wi-Fi. Because remember, this is all information that Google is telling your device to send to them. They're getting into the GPS databases, they're getting into the Wi-Fi databases on your phone, and telling your phone to
Bye,
send them
Dave.
all of
Maybe
that
we'll see you
information that
tomorrow.
they're
We'll
storing.
see if court's happening or not. So
Anything else foundationally
I
we
hope
need
you have
to
a
do
good
with these
evening.
records, or can we go now into the big mapping?
Well, just to show you what the records look like, this is the reverse location obfuscated ID. So this is what they send us, and this is associated with each device, has its own unique one of these. That's just the number Google gives us so that we don't know who it is, we don't know what kind of device it is, we just know it's a device, and this is the number they associate. So during the other steps, Detective Ozawa would have requested, hey, I want more information on this number, tell me more, with another court order, and then they send it back. This is the actual location information they sent back for it, and we know that it is Johnathan's based on the billing information that I just opened, and then they provide us timestamp, they provide us the latitude, the longitude, they provide us a display radius, which is their version of accuracy. So they give us a certain radius of accuracy. So if you ever pull up Google Maps on your phone, you'll see the little dot, and then you'll see a more blurry dot surrounding it. That's the accuracy region. So you're somewhere, probably, according to your GPS or your device, somewhere within that. Google pulls that information, and then they preserve that as well. So a radius of 100 meters, if we expand it out a little bit, they say it's meters. So they're saying that there is a Wi-Fi source at this location, and if you're connected to it or you're seeing it, you could be within 100 meters of this location here. So you get a 100-meter radius, basically, of where the device probably is.
Okay. Anything else you need to explain foundationally, or can we move into the map?
Nope, foundationally, otherwise it sounds like y'all are already familiar with GPS and how that works. When we're talking Wi-Fi though, it is important to note that based on their databases and crowdsourcing, Google maintains a whole database of Wi-Fi networks For example, every time you connect to one, they're taking that information and they're making a database and storing it. With Wi-Fi, when it gives us the location, it's giving us the location of where they believe approximately that Wi-Fi network is at, or where that router that creates that Wi-Fi coverage area is at. So if you're connected to it, it's likely that you're anywhere within that 100 meter radius. However, you're not necessarily at the dot. You could be connected to it from the edge of the radius, and sometimes a little bit beyond. It's not perfect.
Got it.
All right, let me back out of all these files.
I just realized I was on mute the whole time.
So how
Cool.
best and most succinctly can you explain for the jury what you did with the mapping for all four of the, well, I should say all three of the phone numbers, because Andrea we've kind of excluded at
Yeah.
this point, and the Google.
Andrea is still in this. So what I did, that first file that I opened up for Andrea up in Oregon, what I'm able to do is I can open all of those files up in Google Earth, and I can just combine them, and you'll see that in a moment what that looks like. But I just create a folder inside Google Earth, and then I can save that as another Google Earth file so that everything's included, and we can open it all up at once.
Okay.
So let me do that. So we have Google Earth open. I like to open it from Google Earth. And so I will open up this is my CastViz mapping with all 4 phone numbers. And it might take a second because it's a lot of data. As you saw, some of those sheets are 6,000 items long, and my computer is now processing thousands and
I've
thousands of
decided
items.
that like I never want to do this job.
So it zoomed out because there's some activity up here in Oregon that we're already familiar with, as you can see. That's what we saw before. I'm going to uncheck that, and what I just did is I opened the file that I created. There's a drop down. It's basically a Google Earth folder system. So I created a few points of interest so that way we can easily see them and we don't have to keep trying to type it in and guess where they're at.
A few or two?
2.
Okay.
2 points of interest. And then that is 5510 Porcupine Rim Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89130. And the second one is 2698 Pauladura Drive, Henderson, Nevada, 89074. I'm going to uncheck, just to help my computer with processing, Andrea Reyes, the 702-353-3823 phone number, and when I uncheck it, it's no longer displaying her information anymore. Let me go down to Las Vegas here. And so the 3 phones, cellular device records that I have up now is the number ending in 9242, the number ending in 1336, and the number ending in 4430 for Johnathan Willette, Devyn Michaels, and Devyn Michaels.
Okay, so let's narrow this down a little bit to the evening hours of August 6, 2023.
And I'm just dialing in the time now because we're displaying almost a whole week of data at once, so we're just narrowing that to the relevant time period.
Let's do 7 p.m.
Questionable at best, Ed. I mean, there's definitely liars, but
7 p.m. on the 6th.
I don't know. I don't know how I'm feeling about it. I don't know how this trial is going to end up
9 a.m.
ending.
on
We're very
7.
suspicious of her husband / his son.
And if the jury wants to see outside that range that I picked as an example, they can go into this box on the exhibit itself and they can change that stuff.
Yeah, as long as they have Google Earth on the computer they're using.
Cool.
And yours, if you are looking at it, yours might crash. This is an expensive computer that's made to do this, so that's why I brought it today.
Oh, well, now.
But I do have, yeah,
I was gonna say, you made some backups in the event that happened.
I made some videos for y'all as well.
Okay. Do you need to explain that now or after this?
Whatever you prefer. I would like to be able to play the videos, just because it's set at the perfect speed and everything's easy to just have up.
Okay, so before we get there though.
Yeah.
Just representative wise, you've unclicked Andrea Reyes, so now we have the records associated with Johnathan Willette, Devyn Michaels, Devyn Michaels.
Correct.
Next to the names on the left,
Yes.
it says the colors. Johnathan is in blue, Devyn is in green, Devyn is in red.
Correct.
And so anytime we see green on that map, it represents Devyn. Anytime we see blue
No.
on that map, it represents Johnathan. Anytime we see red, it represents Devyn.
Correct.
Oh,
Would
so
you
green
prefer the
WR, blue
videos
John,
or
red.
Yeah, it might be better to play the videos, and I can keep this up in the background too. We can go in and look at stuff live. The benefit of being able to do this is just so we can, for example, we can zoom in on records, and in Google Earth without having to have my mapping software because I exported it to Google Earth. If your computer can handle it, you can go in and you can click and you can see the information that it's pulling to map those records
I
and a
think
little
this
bit more
might be
detail
the
about
most
it. Because as you're clicking
expensive
around, you can see if a call transaction,
background
this is just
testimony
time in
about
advance because it's zeros,
cell phone
but you can
towers.
see how long certain calls are. For example, this one was 2 minutes and 9 seconds for this transaction that used this particular tower and antenna facing. So it's just something you can click around and explore. This is what I do investigatively when I'm trying to determine information based off of the cell records.
Got it.
But let me pull up the videos that I made because those are less likely to crash.
And the jury will have access to these videos too.
Correct.
Hopefully this explains
And that's
something.
not linked to Google, that's like a screen record of you doing this prior to court.
Yes, so I used Google Earth, and you're able to. It's gonna freak out when I do it right now, but
Well, don't do it. Okay.
we can. We'll leave that. So I can hit this play button though. I just haven't adjusted the speed, but you can change the speed, and if I hit play, it'll slowly start going through whatever time window I have. So the time slider will move through time, and it's kind of like the snake game. If you have a large enough time window. You'll see at the head of the snake transactions are popping up, and after a couple seconds you'll see the tail of the snake falling off. And it's good to have that window of time instead of just a point, because you can kind of see the history and where the snake is coming from when you play it. Instead you'll have points popping up if you don't trail it a little bit. And I'll show you what that looks like in the video here.
What time frame are we looking at for the record?
So the time frame we're looking at is similar, and I have it back out a little bit. I put it in the file names so that we know. The time frame you're looking at is going to be 1900, which is 7 p.m. on August 6th, and then it goes until 2 p.m. the next day on August 7th. I have it set so that every second that passes in our lives right now is approximately a little less than a minute on the display. I can slow my playback time down a little bit if it's too fast and we want to pause it and go back. We can
This
manipulate
better
this
be
however we
freaking
want.
important, okay, is all I'm saying.
But let me just hit play. So we're starting at 7 p.m. on the night of August 6th.
'Cause I don't know why.
The blue is Jonathan's records, and the red. Okay, I hit play. The red will be Devyn's, and then the green will be Devyn.
Okay.
And you can see up here at 55 Porcupine, you'll see some red and some green popping up, indicating that they're in that geographic area. You'll see down at 2698 Pauladura, you'll see the blue. And from Porcupine, this is that snake I was telling you about. You can see the device traveling based off the nearest cell towers. From Porcupine down to Pauladura Drive, just got there around 8 p.m. the night of the 6th.
Well, there's been flashes of green up at the Porcupine Rim.
Okay.
Correct?
Yes.
Let's just put that into the record when you do see it. Go ahead.
Okay. And so what we just saw was the red records, Devyn's records, appearing to travel down. And you'll often see that you can infer what street people are even on based on how the records travel. So I'll back it up a little bit so you can see that traveling again. But this is what it looks like with the timing and the cell tower data when somebody's moving through a city and they're getting handed off to the next best cell towers as they travel.
Before you move on,
Sure.
just real quick, we see these devices lighting up. Sometimes they're right next to each other. Does that necessarily mean they're communicating?
I mean,
with each
I don't
other, or
know.
just communicating?
No,
Our
this is
defense
just
is pointing
general.
their finger at
So
'em.
the way that I mapped it is I mapped all the timing, all the data, all the calls, everything for each person as one color. So everything in red, if you see red, it could be either data source, it could be call records, it could be text messages,
Objection, we already
it could
talked
be
about
anything
it.
that involves the cellular network. That's all it's showing is just activity for that device and which cell tower they were using.
Okay.
And let me play again. So again, it's 7:50 p.m. on the night of the 6th. Traveling down to 2698 Pauladura Drive, or the geographic area thereof at least. And then at the top, you see some green flashes of Porcupine Rim Street. And at 2698 Polydura Drive, you're seeing a lot of red and blue activity.
And the green is still showing up at Porcupine Rim.
The green's still showing up at Porcupine Rim, and now at about 8:45, we see them. It looks like they're traveling together, or appearing to. You see red and blue popping up, and then ending up at Porcupine Rim Street. And let me pause it because it's important to note that you don't get an exact minute-by-minute play. It's whenever the device has activity. So a lot of times you'll see gaps, just because the device isn't doing anything at those times.
You'll see gaps in the time.
Yeah, and you'll see gaps in activity because you're not going to get a perfect line when somebody moves. Like they'll disappear for a second, and you'll see them pop up a few blocks away just because the device wasn't doing anything at that moment.
I said it was at 8:40 something, but that doesn't matter.
Now
with the
all three
infotainment.
devices are showing up at Porcupine Rim Street. We have some green, we have some blue, we have some red, all overlapping in the geographic area of Porcupine Rim.
And we have blue and red heading back, and for the record, what time is that?
So blue and red heading back, and they're arriving back in the area at 2698 Polydura Drive at approximately 10 p.m.
So Jonathan's cell phone is activating on the way back to the Paladura residence. at
So he
9:15.
could have taken his. They could have took
Yeah,
his
we can-
vehicle
we can
and then
up
back.
a little bit. So
It's
they're
not- it
traveling
wasn't
there
her
at about
car.
9:45. They're about halfway between Porcupine Rim Street and Polydura Drive, in the middle of the city, and you can see both devices are showing up. I do have a trailing of time, so if the red just had a transaction and the blue didn't, you'll still see the blue a little bit back. It doesn't mean they're not traveling together. It doesn't mean they are traveling together, but they have activity in the same area. They appear to be traveling around the same time. So we're traveling down from Porcupine Rim Street, it looks like, and it looks like based on the towers that they're hopping and handing off to, traveling towards the geographic area of 2698 Polydura Drive. We're only seeing the blue, Johnathan's, and the red, Devyn's records, traveling right now. And the green records, Devier is still showing up at Porcupine Rim. So at about 10 o'clock, it looks like the blue and the red are now utilizing cell towers in the geographic area of 2698 Polydura Drive.
So her saying she rode in the truck with him actually does make sense.
Yep, and now at 10:30, we're still seeing blue and red at Polydura, and we're seeing
That
more
does
green at
match.
Porcupine Rim as we come up on 10:45.
The Dana.
Coming up on 11 o'clock now. 11 o'clock, we're still seeing, let me freeze it, it's 11:04 p.m. on the night of the 6th. We're seeing green cellular device network activity for Devier up at 5510 Porcupine Rim. And down here on the bottom of the screen, you see we're not seeing as much blue activity anymore, but we're still seeing red for Devyn at 2698 Polydura Drive.
Pause there for a second. So just because we're not seeing blue down at Paladura does not mean the device isn't still out there.
Correct.
It means it's just not interacting or doing things.
Correct. It's just not, for whatever reason, it's not engaging with the network. Obviously, the more you use your device and the more you're doing stuff on it, the more you're going to have activity reflected through the network, whether it's calls, data, stuff like that. If you're not touching your device, it goes dormant, and it's unless you have something in the background running like music playing, you're not going to have a network connection, and then we're not going to see anything in the actual records.
Go ahead.
So coming up on 11:15, we see some red at 2698 Polydura Drive, a blip of blue at approximately 11:20, and again at 11:28. And if I remember correctly, that's the last we see of the blue at around 11:30 at night on the 6th at Polydura Drive.
Huh.
On this,
Yes, on this.
Google a little bit there.
Correct. And we had a blip of red at...
Sorry, let me stop you.
Go ahead.
Green just popped up at Porcupine Rim.
Correct.
What time was that?
And if we want to go to the live, we can get a little bit more into that as well. But
No, that's okay.
at about 11:35 p.m., we see green at Porcupine Rim. And I'll watch for it now more. At midnight, we see green at Porcupine Rim Street. We're still seeing red activity down at Polydura Drive, and that's at about 12:25. And we just saw some green at around 12:25 as well up at Porcupine Rim Street. This is half an hour past midnight. Seeing a little more activity by the red down at Polydura. More green at 12:55 at Porcupine Rim. More red at Polydura at about 1:05 in the morning. And at about 1:18 in the morning, we're seeing more green at Porcupine Rim for Devier.
Remember,
And for
Devier
Devyn,
supposed to
we
be
just saw at
sleeping.
1:30 Polidura Drive again. This is all in the morning. At about 1:45, we just saw more green at Porcupine Rim.
So when we're seeing green flashing into these late night, early morning hours, does that mean that the Devier phone is actively communicating, or does that mean something else?
Not necessarily. We'd have to check the records themselves. What I just saw coming up, just from mapping these records so much, were the timing arcs. So for whatever reason, the cellular network was pinging the phone. And then we can even get into the records to see exactly what they're doing on it, because we'll be able to see if they sent a text message at a certain time or a phone
That's what I would
call.
like to see,
But
sir.
usually when you're manipulating your device, we'll see a lot more of that signaling.
So this could be just signaling from the network to the device.
Correct.
We could be asleep for all we know.
Yeah, sometimes the network's doing that on its own.
Doesn't seem to be doing it for John's, though.
And again, we're at about 2 a.m. right now, 2 in the morning. The time showing is 2:03. We have red at Polidura Drive, and we have green at Porcupine Rim. And I'll hit play again. 2:05, 2:08, 2:10 in the morning, and now we see the red. It appears to be leaving the geographic area of Polidura Drive.
Okay, back up, sorry. Go to around 2 o'clock.
It's 2:04.
Okay, that'll work. So 2:04, the phone, the red phone appears to still be down at 690 power.
Correct.
Go ahead.
Let me hit play. So we're coming up on 2:10, 2:15, and the device appears to be in motion, traveling towards the geographic area of 5510 Porcupine Rim Street.
Okay.
And it looks like around 2:40, they appear to be entering that general geographic area. And we're not seeing anything from blue down here at Polidura anymore. And now we're just playing in the morning here. It's coming up on 3:20 in the morning. We
Green
see
still
some
flashing
green
at Porcupine.
and some red still flashing at Porcupines.
Can you note that when the green flashes at Porcupine? You don't need to stop it, just.
Yeah, at approximately 4 a.m. we have green and red both appearing at Porcupine Rim Street, and it's continued into the early hours of 4. We're coming up on 4:30 now, and we still see more red flashing at Porcupine Rim. 4:40, we saw some green flashing at Porcupine Rim.
And again, without going into the records, you don't know if that's just passive activity on the phone or active activity.
Correct, it's just all activity has been mapped. And then we're coming up on 5:30 in the morning now. We
Okay,
see
but we
some
know she
red flashing
texted-
and some green flashing at Porcupine Rim
Texted
Street.
John's phone at like 4 or 5 in the morning. And his phone isn't lighting up nowhere.
We're coming up on 6 a.m.
About the girls' school.
Sun's starting to
Over.
come up. We have some red flashing around 6:30 and some green flashing around 6:30 in the morning at Porcupine Rim Street. Red again, closer to almost 7 o'clock at Porcupine Rim Street. Now we're into the 7 a.m. hour. We see some green, Porcupine Rim, red, Porcupine Rim. And now,
Yeah, you missed it. There we go.
Oh.
at around 7:25, we now have red, green, and blue all appearing at Porcupine Rim Street. So we had some blue for Johnathan pop up now at Porcupine.
Okay, so you don't need to go back to it in the exhibit, but if I recall correctly, the blue phone didn't have any activity after a certain hour, and this is going to be the first time it pops up on these records at 7, and it's across.
Correct. The last time we saw the blue previous to this was around 11:30 at night, the previous night at Polidura Drive.
Got it. You can respond.
Now we're seeing some green, some red.
I wonder how,
It's coming
how
up on
active
7:45 in the
John was
morning
on
now
his
at Porcupine
phone.
Rim.
Now green starts to move about 7:50.
Yep, green starts to move around 7:50, traveling southeast. Red is still up at the geographic area of Porcupine Rim. and blue as well, showing up now at 8:20.
Didn't
Green's still
Olivia
traveling.
say
Looks like
that
they're
he
traveling
like
southeast towards Henderson, as
left
we
for
still
work
see more
at
red
6 in
and
the
blue
morning or
popping up
something?
at the Porcupine Rim Street geographic area.
Maybe that's when he got up.
And I don't think you know really any facts about this scenario, but
No.
the green appears to go across town. It does not go to the Paladura address around 8. It goes somewhere else.
Correct. Based on these records, the device is showing closer. This is Boulder Highway over here on the bottom right, and that's where the green appears to have ended up. And then obviously we all know what it looks like if they were in the geographic area of Paladura, which they are not at this time.
And you wouldn't be aware of that particular phone's owner said he was working that day. None of that is on your radar. This is just based on the record.
I know none of those details. Correct.
Go ahead.
Continuing, it's again 9:10 in the morning now. We're seeing red and blue popping up at Porcupine Rim. And this is important to note, those are those 2 towers that service that same geographic area that we talked about at the beginning. That's why I made that screenshot of it, so you can see those 2 towers are the ones that we're seeing popping up. And I have another video that has a closer view of it. But at 9:30, we're seeing red, blue. 9:40, we're seeing red, blue at Porcupine Rim.
That doesn't.
And the green for Devier appears to be down near Boulder and Lake Mead and Henderson.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
So the red appeared to leave around 10 a.m. is a rough estimate.
Around 9:45 a.m.
9:45.
No,
And
that
then
does
you
not
saw-
match
I
with
saw a little
infotainment.
Flash of blue that suggests that the phone, the blue one is left up at Porcupine.
Correct.
Did I see that?
Yes. There is still a flash of blue at the same cell tower that services the geographic area of Porcupine Rim Street. And then we see that snake trail for the red appearing to travel southbound. And the green for Devier, because I know we're keeping track of 3 things, is still down here near Lake Mead and Boulder area in Henderson. We hit play. We see the red traveling to the Summerlin area. The blue is still showing up at Porcupine Rim at that same cell tower.
Green's looking like it's moving.
Green's moving, but green appears to go even further south into Henderson.
It actually is it cut off on our video?
It might be. We can go into the actual records if we wanted to follow more on green.
But it's available if the jury wants to.
Yeah, it's
It goes
available.
down.
But it goes down out of the picture here that we have cropped,
Okay.
but not near the
He
Paladura.
leaves the house at like
So that's back
8:10.
with the Porcupine Rim in the 10 o'clock hour.
Correct. And then we
Doesn't
see
get back home till
activity
10:30.
from green. And now we're coming up on 11:20 a.m.
Green looks like it's moving back toward north.
Yeah, we're getting some timing measurements from green based on cell towers in the Henderson area. And then we see red traveling back down again around noon. You see green still in that Boulder Lake Mead area, and then you see the red landing at noon at the Paladura Drive address.
Got it.
And then you can see the green still over here. To note, you might have seen those gigantic arcs from the green. Remember, those were timing
one,
advanced.
right?
It could be anywhere along that arc. So not necessarily if it's showing an arc coming close to an area of interest. We can't say for sure whether or not it's actually on that line. It could be all the way across the city at the other end of the arc.
And these places where the green has all the crisscrossing,
Yes.
on the map, your map encompasses almost the entire Las Vegas Valley, correct?
Yes.
So it looks a couple inches away, but here we're talking about like a distance
Oh, these are several miles.
between Paladura and
And where this location is, yes, correct. All right, and we're coming up on 12:30 p.m. Red still showing up at Paladura Drive at approximately 12:50 p.m. Green is still showing activity somewhere near Boulder Highway. And then green appears to be moving north back towards the Porcupine Rim geographic area, and we saw a flash of blue as well around 1:20. And red is still down at Paladura Drive now, coming up on 1:45 p.m. And red is now traveling at approximately 1:45 p.m. northbound towards the geographic area of Porcupine Rim Street, where they are arriving at around 2:05 p.m. in the afternoon. Green is there as well now.
Okay, that is where she does
out of this one.
arrive at 2:01.
Before we
But there's a stop at
take
Taco
our
Bell.
recess, I want to get into the mapping of the Google stuff. What's these next one?
These are all zoomed in a little bit. So I wanted to be able to show, this is from 9:45 to 2:30 in the morning at the zoomed in on Paladura. If we wanted to have a closer look, because I know when we looked at that overview, we may have wanted to look a little closer.
Why don't we go to the Google and we
Yeah.
can return to that if we need to,
Sure.
just in the interest of time.
Change my view so I can read my details. So I mapped the Google location, and we can also pull it up in the live. However, this is the video. So what I have here, and would you like me to explain a little bit about what it is?
Yes.
So from those files with step 1, step 2, step 3, where the detective requested location data from Google, they sent them back. We looked at the sheet. It shows the latitude, longitude, and the approximate radius. In the specific record that's mapped here, it's only Wi-Fi locations. So there are no GPS locations. So as we're watching it, I mapped it as light blue. So light blue dots will be the Wi-Fi locations. What a cellular device is doing is, if you open up your phone right now and you looked at Wi-Fi, you'll see a handful of available networks. Your phone just saw all of those networks, and it just told Google about it. And that's what we're requesting from Google. So you don't even have to connect. It's called a probe request. Your phone is just looking for networks to connect to. It's up to you if you decide to connect to them, if you have the password. However, just your phone seeing them gets logged by Google. And that's the location information that they're sending us. They know the location of these Wi-Fi points. And so when your phone sees them, that's another way that Google estimates your location for a lot of various reasons. But this is information we can request as law enforcement.
You just pointed out as though Google is George Orwell's big brother.
Yeah, watching us.
Yeah.
Yes.
So before you start, the CDRs for Johnathan Willette showed dead activity, no pun intended, but like dead activity between 11 p.m. and what time?
And around 7 or 8 a.m. the next day.
Okay, and at 11 p.m. it's showing at Paladura, at 7 or 8 it's showing up at Porcupine.
Correct.
This gives you a little more information.
Yep, so we had a lapse in cell network interactions. The phone wasn't being utilized to make calls or any logged data sessions with the network. However, the phone appears to have been on, and it was noticing Wi-Fi networks, and it told Google about it. And so this is what we got from Google about all the Wi-Fi networks and the locations of them that device saw. And the time right now is 2:04 a.m. on the 7th, so the morning of 2:04 a.m. at 2698 Paladura Drive, again on the morning of the 7th. Those light blue dots are the Wi-Fi location hits, and I overlaid it with the red CDR records for Devyn.
And so does it appear
And I can
that...
slow it down. Go ahead.
Oh, let it play.
Let me just adjust. I'm just going to adjust the speed a little bit because that was kind of fast. But again, the light blue down at the bottom right, and the red is the CDR network records. The light blue is the Google records, and I mapped them and played them both together.
And that's at 2:04, 2:07, 2:09. It appears that the Google Johnathan Willette device is moving away from the scene in the same path that the red Devyn Michaels device is.
Correct, around the same approximate times.
And the green is still popping up at Porcupine.
Correct. And all those blue dots are the known Wi-Fi access point locations that Google knows about that the phone is seeing. And then at about 2:45 in the morning, I zoomed in just so we can see it a little bit better. We have the red CDR records showing the geographic area of Porcupine Rim, and Wi-Fi is a bit more precise just because it doesn't go as far.
And the Johnathan Willette number appears to have landed at Porcupine Rim about 2:45.
Yeah, and it's been there. And then you can see all the dots are showing at...
Wait. You said it's been there. It landed there at 2:45, right? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, it's just showing up in the records. This is in the morning at 2:52 a.m. And throughout the night, that green for Or I'm sorry, I was talking about Debbie for the green. Yeah, but for the blue, for Johnathan, landed there, correct?
Landed there at 2:45 around the same time as the Devyn Michaels
Yes.
device landed.
So the Devyn Michaels CDR records and the blue location data from Google for Johnathan landed there around 2:45.
And in the meantime, the green has been consistently hitting in Porcupine Ridge.
Yeah, and that's what you'll see pop up, which is why I was mentioning it there. But zoomed in, it looks like Google doesn't tell us the Wi-Fi network that it's connecting to, only that it's connecting to a Wi-Fi network, that it's seeing one. But it appears to believe that it is one that is at that location.
Because it's the blue dot is directly on your little
Correct.
yellow house guy. All right. Court's indulgence. All right. Thank you, Detective. I will pass the witness stand.
Oh, thank God.
We're going to take a brief recess before we do cross-examination of the detective. Ladies and gentlemen, during this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors or anyone regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to news or media accounts or commentary about the case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using record certificates. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate an aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or request anything in regard to this case that's fine submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, at 2:50, we'll be in recess till 3:05.
All rise for the jury.
Okay. Now we're going on a little break. A little breaky break. Good. Because, oh my God, that guy. Oh, that was so boring. I'll say what I know most of us are thinking. That is so boring. Now, I thought it, I guess tracking where their phones were at any given point in time was good, I guess. But my one concern is that he said that her phone, Devyn's phone, and John's phone was at her house, like for quite a bit of the morning before she went out to do things. But according to the infotainment, she leaves the house at 8:01 a.m. and does like a U-turn, goes back to the house, and then finally leaves the house at 8:10 and goes to that gas station. Then she goes to the elementary school at about 8:30. She's at the elementary school for like a freaking hour or something, according to her infotainment. So interesting. I think she was just sending them to break. It's just a break. Just a break. The defense will come back and have their questioning. So yes, oh my God, it was so awful. But we did it. We made it through. Gold stars for everyone. Chatters, lurkers, replay crew. We've all earned gold stars for, I swear, that guy, I don't think I've seen a more like comprehensive explanation of all of that data, oh my gosh, that was a lot. I don't think that was really necessary. I don't think we needed all of that, but we got it, I guess. He seems so excited to talk about it, though. I feel kind of bad for everybody being like, boring. Yes, gold stars for everybody. Other interesting things that we learned from this guy is that John's phone connected to no towers between the hours of 11:30-ish to whatever time in the morning they were talking about. I don't remember when that was, but well after. I think it was the morning of. Also, I feel like in Devier's testimony, he said that he either gets up or leaves for work at like 6 in the morning. He didn't leave the house until almost 8. He left, which means if Devyn left at 8:01, he left like 15 minutes before she did or something. I don't know who's waking up at 6 o'clock in the morning to go to work, but they don't leave till 8. Like, what all do you have to do in the morning? I guess. I don't know. Maybe that's because it's me and I'm like, don't talk to me until I have my coffee and stuff. Well, thank you, Choo Choo. Thank you. It's tough. And what I think too is weird about John's phone is John's phone never blips up down at the house after 11:30, but Devier's is like blipping green all the time back at the house. So like was John's phone just turned off? Because we know that Devyn messaged him. I want to say they said like 4:49 or something like that in the morning about the girls' school or whatever. You think that would have made it go bloop on the tower, but I don't know. I mean, I guess. I don't know. I still have questions about both of them. Just because your phone's at the house doesn't mean anything. We know that. Like, I'm going to need to see some, like, active... I was really hoping we were getting text messages more than anything. But, you know, he could just have, as the guy on the stand said, now if you're just, like, streaming music or streaming trials, your phone's going to light up and connect a lot to that tower, so he could have just left something playing. Or if he's like Elbow Feet, who watches gaming YouTubes to fall asleep on his phone. So, but I'm more interested in hearing about these house phone calls, the home phone calls. I also want to know, I want to see Devyn's call logs, because Devier said, oh, I put the girls to bed around, I want to say that he said 10. And that he just went to sleep, and he didn't. Devyn came home at 2 and kind of woke him up, but he went back to sleep. Oh, the other interesting thing that we learned from that data map is that so they did leave, or I'm sorry, Devyn did leave to go to John's place. All right, earlier, after, where's the time there? At 7:37, she leaves her house in Porcupine, goes to John's house on Paladura, and gets there at 8:06. Then this guy said, but John was not with her. Like, his phone wasn't going up to Porcupine, so that was interesting, because I thought they made 2 trips. But so it showed her red, you know, going down there during that time. But then it showed her and John both traveling back up to her house, which means that they had to have driven in John's truck together, like she said they did. So, because then they come back, and then she doesn't leave the house until 2:04 in the morning. So, and then they arrive back at John's at 10. So, so many questions. Angie says, hope they go over and read text versus just putting them on screen like they did with the letters. Oh, me too. I don't have to try to decipher everything again. You know, my poor little eyes, my little eyeballs had a hard time with that. Yeah, I just feel like, oh, and then the little bloops showed Devier leaving his job and headed back home to Porcupine at around like noon. So is that when like he got the call about what happened with his dad? Why would he go there and not to the Paladura house? I have questions about that. Does he normally go home for like a lunch break? That seems unnecessary considering where his work site was. I still have questions. They did us no favors, except clear up that John's phone was at her house. So that's, I mean, one of the two of them had something to do with it, or both, is all we know. But is that enough, though? Is that enough to secure a guilty verdict? I don't know. I don't know if people are going to buy that or not. Angie, unsure. That is how I feel about this case. If there's a word to wrap this all up, 2 words, dysfunctional, unsure, for sure. For sure. Oh, I have a feeling they're probably going to maybe try to go late tonight if they don't have court tomorrow. And by the way, if they don't have court tomorrow, I will not be streaming tomorrow because I will be using that day to catch up on some other things for y'all. Oh, which reminds me, congratulations to all the new members that got gifted a membership. They were lurker memberships, which means you now have access to some of our member-only content, including TMI, Too Much Internet. So please go through and watch our member content that you haven't seen before. Also, on Monday is our November member appreciation stream, which if you've attended the last couple, you know that we give away lots of prizes. And sometimes those prizes are given to people participating in the chat. So you don't want to miss that. That is, let me see what time that is. I think it's 8 p.m. Eastern on Monday. So if you're not a member, you might want to become one. I don't know if it's the new norm. I don't know. The unsure shit show. Yes. I mean, even we should have listened to the lawyers when they said it was a shit show. They were not wrong. They're not wrong. But I do feel like both sides are kind of on the struggle bus with this trial. So, fucking mints. That's if you watch TMI Friday, then you know. No, it's not a wrap. No, they're still, court's not over yet. They're 3 hours behind. So it's not going to be over for 2 hours at least. So we still got more to go. Have I started Christmas shopping? No, I haven't. That's part of the reason I'm like, I don't know if I can do another trial between now and the holidays. So I haven't. And my kid's 14. And, you know, yes, teenagers are already hard when they're 14, but like he's always been difficult to buy for because like he never wants anything. He'll give me like 3 things. And I'm like, okay, but like a lot of people want to know like what you want for Christmas. So I kind of need more than just, 3 things. But he's always been that way. He's not a very materialistic kid at all. So no. That they said that in opening that this was a shit show. The defense did, I'm pretty sure, called it a shit show several times. Hi Shane. Hello, welcome. Am I a Turtle fan? Are you referring to Turtle Boy? I mean, I've seen some of his stuff. I don't have a particular liking or disliking. I catch some of his streams. Let's just say I've enjoyed some of the more recent ones that he's been covering of the eyebrow saga drama. I'll tell you what, he does things I would never have the balls to do. But in fairness, he's kind of earned them. So, but other than that, I wouldn't say I watch him like all the time. I don't really have a lot of time. So, but I have been the last couple of weeks in my spare time. So, yeah, unless I have the time, then I might do one in December because there are a few that are scheduled to go in December. But I'll be honest, I think they're probably going to continue those. Depending how long those trials are supposed to be. Nobody wants to seat a jury before the holidays and it go past and over the holidays. Like jurors are not happy. So I found in the last couple of years watching trials that there's like next to none in December. Some sentencing, like we will have, what's his name? Dustin Duran's sentencing. We'll definitely, reconvene for that and whatever other ones. But I don't know if the ones going to trial in December are actually going to go through. The one I was really excited about, the Courtney Clenny one, the OnlyFans murder, that one got pushed, I think, to January. I don't know. We'll see. But I mean, I'll still do other like couch court things. I don't know if I'll be able to squeeze a trial in between then and now. So Angie said, we still don't know about Brian Walsh. We'll start on November 17th. I'm guessing not, but they really don't want to keep delaying it. I thought that was just a hearing. I thought that because that's what I have on my calendar, is that's when they moved his competency hearing to. And the trial, I feel like they said something about it for January. But maybe not. Yeah, I have the competency hearing on my calendar. I hope it's not the trial, because I'm not going to be able to cover that. There's like literally no way. Literally no way I can do all of that. I am not a droid or anything like that. So Isaac Apodaca, yeah, that one might go, but I don't know if I can do another time difference trial like that and be productive. So definitely going to do Courtney Clenny for sure. But I don't see where they moved her trial, if at all. Oh. Exactly.
Deputy District Attorney on behalf of the state, you both parties stipulate to the presence of.
Thanks, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Defense attorney, you're ready to cross.
Just a few follow-up questions. When regarding to Devier's phone, you said the name came back as a Joseph Sams
Come on.
on that when the subpoena returned?
I can pull it back up if you like. The subscriber.
The subscriber information.
Let me pull that one back up. Correct. So for Devier's, the phone number that I was provided of 707-628-1336 for Devier, the subscriber name is showing Joseph Sams.
And like you stated on previous, on direct, you're basically just given a file and you say, track these phones.
Correct.
What was his
And
name?
it's tracking the phones, not a person's movement.
Correct. Only the device itself.
So if a device is left at home, we're not going to catch that person because the device is at home.
Correct.
You said a couple times, I think a few times on direct, and I kind of just touched on it, that you don't like to know too much about the case or as little as possible.
Correct.
And basically you're given instructions by a detective superior to say, these are these numbers, I need to track them, trace them, and then you do that through your software.
Yes.
Did you have any more involvement on this case in collecting evidence though?
Yes.
You canvassed around the area of Porcupine Rim, correct?
Correct.
You visited, I want to say it's about 17 locations.
Yes, that sounds about right.
Surveillance cameras.
Yeah, so I was tasked with trying to canvass for surveillance video for all the businesses on the nearby street corner.
So you're not like a guy in the chair in the back office. You're actually out doing the work, and you still go back and review it when it's given to you of what they want.
Well, now I am the chair in the back office. Back then, I was actually transitioning into the role that I'm in now. So I was still partially involved with the street side of it at that time.
So you actually had more information about this case than just, here's a file, track this phone.
Yes.
You knew a decent amount because you were out in the field, you were tracking down videos and evidence at this time of this incident.
Correct.
And you're given the phone numbers by the detective to track. You're not actually collecting all the devices. Let me clear that up. You're given a phone and they say track this through your software, correct?
Well, I was just provided the phone number and the records that they had already obtained.
And those are provided to you by the detective.
Yes.
And if there's other phones that are collected during the investigation, you would know about that. You're just given the phones by the detective.
Correct.
So if there's phones that were left out or other devices, you don't know about them. You just were given what the detective wanted.
Correct.
Court's indulgence? No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. See,
No, thank you.
did the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions?
So we sat through all that.
Okay, seeing no response, no excuse, thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Literally
Thank you,
nobody has anything to say to this guy. They're all like,
Yeah, I got to unpack a little bit.
Okay, you go ahead and do that.
All right, thank you. Yep. Yeah, that one's my wire. And you can just roll that up. Thank you. Yep. Perfect. Take that from you. Thank you, sir. Okay, that should be it.
Then you may call your next witness.
State's next witness is Detective Carl Lippish.
oh my God, please be phone calls and messages. All right. And do not repeat all of the phone data stuff again, please. Please. Your attorney's care. I think the viewer's just like, oh.
I swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action.
Hold on, no. Got a phone call. Sorry.
I do. Thank you.
If you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
Full name is Carl Lippish. First name is Karl. Last name is Lippisch.
Sir, how are you employed?
I work for the city of Henderson as a police officer.
And specifically, what's your position there?
Currently a detective with our Crimes Against Persons unit.
How long have you worked in that capacity?
I've been in this unit for just over 9 years.
What are some of your duties in your unit?
Our unit, Crimes Against Persons, responds to violent crimes, including like homicides, death investigations. We do any violent crimes such as shootings, stabbings. We respond to officer-involved shootings, as well as suspicious deaths, suicides, robberies, and a lot of cases like that.
And so when you're investigating those types of cases, what are some of your duties? Are you collecting evidence, something else?
Yes, depending on our role that we're assigned, depending on how many detectives are assisting with the investigation, you can either be the primary person with it, who's kind of overseeing everything. You can be doing interviews, collecting evidence, whether it be physical evidence on scene, tracking other evidence down, collecting video surveillance, writing search warrants, a wide range of job duties that are necessary for the investigation.
Okay. So then turning your attention to August 7th of 2023, were you assigned to assist in a murder investigation on that date?
Yes, I was.
And did you respond to the actual murder scene, which was at 2698 Paladura Drive?
Yes, I did.
Who was there when you arrived that day?
At that time when we arrived, as detectives, we're usually contacted after the fact, after the initial response. So when we arrive, our Henderson police officers have already arrived at the location, and typically they've kind of frozen location or kind of taken control of the area to make sure that it's preserved as best as possible.
And is that what was happening at that Paladura Drive when you showed up?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Did you arrive in the morning hours of that day?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And who did you arrive with?
At that time, I don't remember exactly who in my squad was all on duty, but I believe Detective Ozawa and I were both working that morning. I know my sergeant, Sergeant Slattery, and then I know I believe the rest of our squad, as well as CSAs, were called to respond as well.
And can you walk the ladies and gentlemen of the jury through what you did at the scene when you arrived?
When we arrive on a scene, especially something of this magnitude, we will meet as a squad initially, and then we will get with whoever the on-scene officer or like lieutenant or sergeant is for the patrol squad. They will typically have a brief that they can provide to us, give us as much detail or information as that they have, which would include involved parties, locations, if there's vehicles involved, any details that are pertinent that they've already learned once we arrive at the scene. And then after that has been conducted, we'll then get together as a squad and we'll determine our jobs and responsibilities. Once that's done, we could also end up doing like a walkthrough of the scene to then be able to kind of get a feel for what exactly we're looking at.
So talking about this specific scene on August 7th, 2023, you arrive, you get a briefing like how you just mentioned?
Correct.
Okay, so some initial details that the first responders provide to you, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then after getting that information, what did you physically do?
On this scene, because the family was there and the family was, obviously they were dealing with the trauma of it and they're very cooperative with us, we were granted consent to initially walk in and kind of understand what we were there for, what we were responding to. We were able to see the initial scene, see the inside of the residence, and see the deceased person lying in the bed, so that we were able to kind of understand what exactly our investigation was going to entail.
So essentially you do a walkthrough of the murder scene, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. After going ahead and doing that walkthrough, did you assist with the execution of a search warrant?
Yes, I did.
And that search warrant was granted for the residence from a judge, correct?
Yes, it was.
And did you also, were you involved in a search warrant for a truck that was located at that Paladura address?
Yes.
Now, talking about the scene itself, you mentioned that you did a walkthrough and then eventually assisted in the execution of the search warrant, correct?
Yes.
So talking about the scene itself, if you remember, there was, and correct me if I'm wrong, a living room, makeshift bedroom, sort of past the kitchen in the residence. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And was the body found in that room?
Yes, it was.
Where was the body?
The body was lying on the bed that was in that room, kind of lying across the bed.
Okay. Were there blankets?
Yes, there were.
You also noticed blood at the scene?
Yes.
Was there anything unique or interesting about the blood that you saw at the scene?
The blood at the scene was primarily limited to the space of the bed itself. The way that the body was positioned on the bed, the torso and the neck were up towards the edge of the bed, and then the severed head was not there, so the neck was exposed. And then the blood itself there was some that had like come down from the body directly straight down, but there wasn't I should say hardly any like blood spatter or anything like throughout the room that you may initially think due to the fact that the head was missing.
And just to be clear, there was no blood spatter that you saw?
Correct.
Okay. Did you also find chemical bottles?
Yes.
And where were those found?
There was 2 bottles that were found in the hallway.
Didn't we
that
see
would
this
lead
guy
from,
already?
This room that was kind of the makeshift bedroom, more like a living room style, but it had the bed in it. There was a hallway that led from that room to a bathroom, laundry room, as well as out to the garage. And those were found in that hallway.
Okay. And 2 bottles to be exact, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Cleaning agents?
Yes.
And you mentioned you've been with the unit, this specific unit, for 9 years. Was this your first and only decapitation investigation?
Yes.
So it's quite rare. I think you mentioned that previously, right?
Correct.
Ultimately, then, after you conduct this initial execution of the search warrant walkthrough, are you then assigned to canvass sort of the surrounding neighborhood of the residence for video surveillance?
Yes, I assisted with that.
And that essentially becomes your larger role in the investigation, correct?
That's correct.
Cool. I love how the
Then, after
canvassing.
canvassing for video surveillance at that Paladura address and the neighboring community there, did you then assist with the execution of a search warrant at a 5510 Porcupine Rim?
Yes, I did.
Maybe if I had both headphones.
And after assisting with that at the 5510 Porcupine Rim, you then begin to review all of the videos that were ultimately collected from the canvases, correct?
Yes, and The canvas took several days, just in terms of the amount of video that we were able to collect, as well as just the number of houses in both neighborhoods. All of that video was not obtained immediately. It took several days and going back out several times to do the best we could to get as much video as possible.
And I'm showing you what's been previously admitted as states 11A. You're under permission to publish.
Permission granted.
And this would be the neighborhood of Paladura, correct?
Yes.
And all of these little, I guess, yellow thumbtacks there, are those the residences that were canvassed and the area that was canvassed for video surveillance?
I believe so.
Do you have a reason to dispute that that's the area?
I don't, other than just the number of, or the specific addresses and stuff. I'm not sure what they are, but I believe that those, I mean, I know that we canvassed those entire area.
Okay.
So
So you had members of the team with you canvassing as well. It wasn't just you.
correct.
Is that why you're hesitating a bit?
Yes.
Okay. But you as the collective went ahead and canvassed this entire area with these thumbtacks here.
That is correct.
Okay. And then I also had mentioned permission to publish states 11. We have here another map showing the 5510 Porcupine Rim address. There was some canvassing, as we mentioned, in that location as well, correct?
That is correct.
You'd be surprised, Juju. You'd be surprised what people pay for.
So I want to start with the canvassing of the Paladura address, which was
Everybody's
the
into
neighborhood of the
something.
murder scene, correct?
Yes.
The actual neighborhood itself was searched as well as nearby businesses, correct?
That's correct.
During your review of the surveillance footage that was obtained, were there certain videos that ultimately became important as part of the investigation?
Yes, there were.
And why did they become important?
Because we were able to identify specific vehicles that were involved with our associated people to this.
And specifically then, the vehicle located at Paladura was a truck with a trailer attached, is that right?
Correct. It was the 2020 white Chevy truck.
Belonging to Johnathan Willette.
That's correct.
And then also a vehicle of interest was a 2017 Nissan Armada belonging to a Devyn Michaels, correct?
That's correct.
And then at the Porcupine Rim address, there was also a white work van as well as a blue Honda vehicle that was in the driveway, both belonging to a Devyn Willette.
Correct.
And so knowing those vehicles, that's why when you're reviewing the surveillance video, you have those vehicles in mind to see if there's anything of evidentiary value, correct?
That's correct.
So ultimately, you're able to collect from various addresses according to that map, but specifically, you obtained a video from 2696 Paladura Drive, correct?
Yes.
And that would be the house next door to the murder scene at 2698, correct?
That's correct.
Then also 2697 Paladura Drive,
Correct.
2701 Paladura Drive,
Yes.
a Chevron at a 201 North Pecos Road,
That's correct.
Me either.
2699 Fampon Court,
Yes.
as well as 6621 Gray Juniper Road, which would be ultimately near the Porcupine Rim address, correct?
That's correct.
You also collected video from a 6505 Taylor Creek Avenue, which also would be near the Porcupine Rim address, correct?
That was correct. Correct.
And Your Honor, at this time, I believe between the parties stipulating, the state would like to move for admission of the surveillance video marked exhibits 622 through 630.
We have no objection to their admission.
Perfect, 622 to 630 will be admitted.
So I want to start with the house next door to the murder scene. That would be at 2696 Paladura Drive. Is that right?
Yes.
And there was a video that you had determined had some evidence or some information that was helpful to the case, correct?
Yes.
Let's see it. Is it her? Is she carrying something?
Permission to publish?
Awkward.
Are you able to see that on the monitor in front of you, sir?
Yes.
So I have published states 625, which is that 2696 Paladura Drive. Do these appear to be the files that were obtained from that address?
Yes, they are.
What's that bar?
I am going to play the file XPTM5940. And I'm going to pause it here. Before I start playing this, I just want to talk a little bit about this video. So it looks like there is no date and time stamp on this video. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But you were ultimately the individual that collected this video, correct?
Yes.
And so when you collected the video from the homeowner or the individual that lived at the home, you were able to see on their phone what the date and time stamp was. Is that right?
That's correct.
So even though we don't have the date and time stamp on here, we have your testimony of what you saw on their phone, correct?
Correct.
And in this video, in the top right-hand corner, do we see a vehicle there?
Yes, we do.
And what type of vehicle is that?
That's a Nissan Armada.
Playing?
Not sure what we're supposed to be seeing, if anything. Oh, there's her in that far. Oh no, that's a car. Let me get rid of my stuff.
I'm going to stop it at 35 or 36 seconds. What do we see there in the top right-hand corner, sort of past the Nissan Armada?
What you're seeing there is Jonathan's 2020 white Chevy 2500 truck. It's distinctive because of the two flags that are displayed in the back, and then he has the trailer connected to the back that he's towing as well.
Down.
Playing at 36 seconds. And ultimately in this video, we see that vehicle doing essentially a U-turn and now going past that 2698 Paladura Drive address, correct?
That's correct.
And
yes.
we're able to also determine what time this occurred based off of other surveillance video, correct?
That's correct.
Specifically from 2697 Paladura Drive. The corresponding time would be 8:18 p.m.
Correct. 8:18, approximately 43 seconds. It passes the front of the house across the street.
And we will get to that in a second, just so I don't have to switch the discs out.
Okay.
There is another file of note, UNDM 8045. I'm going to go ahead and play that. And stopping it there. Again, what do we see in the top right-hand corner?
We see the same Nissan Armada.
Playing.
If we don't see her on camera, I'm going to be so annoyed.
And ultimately in that video, what is of evidentiary note?
In that video that you're able to see outside of the screen, what apparently is probably a vehicle pulling up, because you're able to see the headlights of that vehicle that comes to a stop and is illuminating the Nissan Armada based on where it's parked. And from viewing that, it appears that that vehicle would have parked directly in front of 2698 Paladura.
Because this camera is next door 2696, correct?
Correct.
I think the last one they said at 10. Sorry, Elbafeet just got home, so I was a little
Now
distracted. But
you see UF 1169 publishing. What did we see in that video?
In that video, it appears to be the same headlights that are on, just because the shadows are the same as they were in the previous video that we just watched. And then you're able to see what appears to be two figures that are moving just based on the shadows. And then because there's audio with this, you're also able to hear that those people are talking.
Were you able to determine the time frame of this video?
The determination on this time frame was based off of another camera when the truck returned to the neighborhood. So this would be at approximately 10:12, or excuse me, 22:12.
And that would be PM?
Correct.
Now, just to go to the next video where you found something interesting. ALN M6052 publishing.
what, Juju? Are the shadows not doing it for you?
7 seconds. What did we see in this video?
We saw the flash of the rear lights on the Nissan Armada, which is often consistent with someone unlocking a car.
Playing again. And what did we see there?
The driver's side door of the vehicle was opened.
Playing an 18. And there?
Another flash of the lights.
Did we also hear something?
And we did hear something.
What did it appear to be?
Possibly a locking or unlocking of the doors.
What do we hear there?
But there we hear the engine of the vehicle starting.
Okay. And did it appear that someone entered the vehicle prior to the start?
Correct. It appeared that somebody entered into the driver's seat.
And what did we see there?
There we saw the vehicle, the Nissan Armada, slowly pull forward. The brake lights seemed to be activated, which
No
made it appear that the
juju.
vehicle was just pulling forward and was going to stop just out of the view of the camera.
Okay. And what home was it going in front of?
By the direction that it was going, since it was pulling straight like that, it would be directly in front of 2698 Paladura, and it would be nose to nose with the 2020 Chevy truck that had already parked along the very front of the house.
And that was the home of the murder, correct?
That is correct.
And the time frame for that, through your investigation, you were able to look at different information in this case to determine time frames, correct?
Correct.
And we know that the Nissan had been activated prior to
Solved
11
it, you
PM.
guys.
Is that right?
Solved it.
The video we just watched,
Yes.
the timestamp on that one was actually 23:05:46 seconds.
23.
And that was from the home, the resident who actually had the video. That was from her.
It's
cellular
11:05.
device. And
So
seeing-
that
being
would
able to see
be-
the timestamp on it.
11:05 PM for us laymen?
Correct.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now going to
Wait, so the one of her leaving was at 11?
4489 FC file, publishing. Thank you. I'm gonna pause it there. What did we see there?
There we saw lights flashing from when you're looking at the screen from the right out of the screen, but it illuminated the screen, and they're consistent with what we had seen earlier with somebody activating the car, like unlocking or locking a car.
Playing.
Oh, so she just moved it a little bit.
And what did we see in that video?
In that video, you see, after hearing the engine start of a vehicle, you then see a vehicle back into view, and it appears to be the same Nissan Armada that we'd seen earlier.
And based on you looking at the resident's cellular phone, did that appear to have occurred at 2:04 in the morning?
Correct.
But then she should have left for the CBS.
And just to orient us, publishing states 9. Are you able to use that mouse and hover over the address of that surveillance video we just watched?
Yes. So the pointer of the mouse is over 2696, which is where that surveillance was from.
Okay, so it would be right next door to the flag or the pin there, which would be the murder, the house of the murder, correct?
Correct.
Now, the next address of importance was a 2697 Paladura Drive, correct?
Correct.
Using that same map, States 9 Publishing, can you orient us where this address is with the mouse?
Yes. So
Don't click.
2697 is going to be across the street on the corner, right here at the corner of Paladura and Caroline Laurel Street.
Publishing States 626, excuse me. We see a video file there, correct, sir?
Yes.
And here we're focusing sort of at the top center of the screen, right?
That's correct.
And ultimately what we see in this video is a vehicle do a U-turn at the intersection of Paladura Drive and Carolina Laurel Street, correct?
That's correct.
And we have a date listed there as August 6, 2023.
Yes.
And what time?
0819, and it had gone up to 17, but started at 081838.
Next, turning to 2701 Paladura Drive. Can you please orient us at States 9?
I believe it's going to be this house right here. So it's going to be, it's 2701 is going to be across the street and just like one house to the west. So not directly across the street from the residence, from our residence of where the homicide occurred.
Sort of catty corner.
Correct.
Publishing 2701. Specifically 627. Now, was there something unique about this particular camera? Was it motion activated? Was it always on? Something else?
No, this camera was motion activated. It was motion activated by what appeared to be by the residents themselves moving around in their driveway or in front of their residence.
Have some long file names here, correct?
Yes.
So I'm not going to play every single video, but the members of the jury will have time to review those if they'd like to. But there were particular videos that showed interesting things. Is that right?
Yes.
And this is specifically the file 2AA341-707, BE3055, BCD0241, C3B0F77BD0. Lots of letters and numbers, correct?
Yes.
All right, so in the top right-hand corner of this file, what do we see there?
Besides the timestamp, you're also able to see across the street to the residence 2698 Paladura, where the murder had occurred.
Okay. And what date do we see there?
It's 2023-0806, so August 6th.
And what time?
18:26:58.
And can you do the math for me, what
So
time that
that'd
would be?
6:26, almost 6:27 at night, or in the afternoon, evening.
6:27 in the evening,
Correct.
playing? And specifically with the 2698 address, what did we see the individual doing that was in the screen?
It appeared that there was a male that was loading items or arranging items in the trailer that was parked in the driveway.
Turning to the file ending in 105DD, starting with FC4.
It's a wild elbow feat.
I'm going to pause it there. Do we see a date and time stamp? And can you please read it?
Yes, we do. It's 2023-0806, and then the timestamp is 21/11/47, which would be 9/11/47 p.m.
And
which exhibit? I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Which exhibit is this one?
This is the same exhibit, 627, file starts with FC4, ends with 105 DD.
105 DD.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
No problem. So I'm gonna go ahead and play this video.
Elbow feet's confusing too.
And we're specifically looking of evidentiary value at the top right-hand corner, correct?
That's correct.
And why is that? That's the home of where the murder took place, correct?
It is the home of where the murder occurred. The garage door is closed, and the truck that had been backed up with the trailer in the driveway is no longer there.
Okay. Now turning to file starting with FDD, ending in 79B5. Pausing there. What do we see there as the date and time?
Date and time is going to be 2023-0807 for the date, and the time is going to be 080954. So 8:09 in the morning.
Thank you. That one's a little bit easier. What do we see in the top right-hand corner?
So we're able to see in the top right-hand corner is Johnathan's truck is now parked on the roadway in front of the residence with the trailer still attached, and it's parked facing essentially the opposite direction of traffic. You're also able to see that the garage door is partially open, but the significance that I saw from this video is the fact that the truck is parked consistent with what we had seen in the video from the residence directly next door, the 2696 house, where we had seen the headlights that had arrived during the night and then the two shadows. So that would kind of corroborate the fact that he had parked his truck in that manner that night when they had arrived, and that's how we also found it when we arrived.
So essentially the Nissan Armada and that truck would have been nose to nose at that previous video that we saw.
Correct.
During the night.
Correct.
And it's still in that same position in the morning.
Yes.
Okay. Did you also canvass for video at a Chevron?
Yes.
And you obtained video from that location at 201 North Pecos Road, is that right?
Yes.
Why was that important?
It was learned that they had stopped at that Chevron after, actually I should say, as they were returning from 5510 Porcupine Rim, they had stopped at that Chevron prior to getting back to the Paladera house.
Publishing 622.
I mean, they're just confirming like them being together and times, but it's not helping like with, I don't know, the murder.
There were two gas stations that we obtained surveillance video from, correct?
The gas station that I was aware of that we collect video was the 201 North Pecos Road, and that was the Chevron Terrible.
I guess I'm just saying, like, none of this is like contested information, you know? Like, yes, it's important. They do have to say it. Don't get me wrong there. That is important. But I mean, me either, girl. Me either. Aw.
Opening the file, camera 7. And and I'm just going to pause immediately. In the bottom left-hand corner, do we see a date and time there? And if we do, please read it into the record.
The date is 08/06/2023, and the time is 22:04:01, which would be 10:04 at night.
Playing.
Are you freaking kidding me? What are we supposed to do with this? Like, does the camera need clean? Is it raining at this point? Like, what is... I don't know, but I'd like to hear.
And pausing it
Oh.
there at 22:04, what did we see come into the screen?
We see the white 2020 Chevy truck towing the trailer.
And that would be Johnathan Willette's truck and trailer, correct?
That's correct.
Playing. And do we see anything else of evidentiary value in
No.
this camera angle?
No.
Now you obtained another camera angle, correct?
I think the evidentiary value is
Camera playing.
debatable. It is the aliens, yes. Definitely.
Pausing there. Can you please read the date and time stamp into the record there?
Date is 08/06/2023, and the time on it is 22:04:02, 10:04 at night.
And can you describe the angle of this camera?
This camera is looking what would be east, so it's looking into the parking lot area and the gas pump area of the Chevron Terrible's gas station. It's on the south side of the building.
Playing. Pausing there at 22:04 and 41 seconds. What do we see there?
We see the white Chevy truck with the trailer belonging to Johnathan.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Belonging to Johnathan.
And it's sort of parked in between these two sets of palm trees.
Correct. It will stop and park right between those.
And the actual store belonging to the Chevron, would that be to the left of the screen?
Yes.
Playing.
Going to need you to contain your excitement, Angie. Please and thank you. You're too
And
much.
You see someone getting out of the passenger side of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
As well as the
Simmer
driver's
down
side.
now.
Yes.
Passenger appears to be female.
Correct.
Driver appears to be male.
That's correct.
And now they are walking towards the actual Chevron store. Is that right?
Yes.
Right? Was it raining that night? Because I have not heard about anything about it raining. I mean, is this even a legitimate trial? Just wondering. I'm annoyed. Are you guys annoyed? I'm annoyed.
And they are still appear to be out of frame, correct?
That's correct.
They can hear you. Right? Did you know that that area actually used to be kind of lush and
I'm going
green?
to scrub a bit.
And then they built a bunch of dams, turning the area
Video.
into a desert. I don't remember exactly when that was. I want to say the early 1900s. Humans. Maybe.
So stopping it at 22:10, according to the timestamp on the video, we
There
now
was something
see
about
that
water
female male
in
walking
Las
back
Vegas,
towards,
Nevada.
Jonathan's
I
vehicle.
don't remember
correct?
exactly what it was.
And that's about 5-ish minutes since they left to outside of the screen, correct?
Approximately, yes.
Male gets in driver's side,
Yes.
female gets in passenger side.
Correct.
Lights on the vehicle activated. Correct?
Yes.
And at about 22:11:06, the vehicle with the trailer then pulls away. Is that right?
That's correct. It pulls
And it-
forward and it's going to proceed over to Windmill Parkway. It's going to turn right, which would be westbound on Windmill Parkway, which is going back towards the Paladura neighborhood.
Turning your attention now to 2699 Van Palm Court. That was near the Paladura address. Is that right?
Correct. It's a house just to the south. Or excuse me, not a house, a street to the south of Paladura.
Are
It's
you
on a
able to
cul-de-sac
use
street.
that mouse and orient us, please?
Yes. So this cul-de-sac street right here is Fan Palm Court, and 2699 is the house at the end of the cul-de-sac right there.
So it would essentially be the street on the parallel, the street beneath the Paladura address, right?
That's correct.
And you received a video surveillance from that, correct?
Yes.
Publishing 628. I'm going to play file ending in 324. pausing the video, can you please read the date and timestamp into the record at the beginning of the video?
Yes, date is 08/06/2023, and the timestamp is 20/13/21 or 8:13 at night.
And can you orient us on this video, which street is which?
Yes, so directly in front of this where the cul-de-sac ends, this is actually Fan Palm Court, and it's looking out at Charter Oak Street, which is a street that leads from in and out of the neighborhood, but from Polidura over to Windmill.
Playing. I'm gonna scrub.
Doesn't look like it's raining, so their cameras at the Chevron must have just been dirty.
I'm gonna pause there at 20:19:45. What do we see towards the top of the screen?
Towards the top of the screen on Charter Oaks, you're able to see Jonathan's 2020 white Chevy truck towing the trailer, and they're proceeding southbound on Charter Oaks towards Windmill.
And that would be the exit or the entrance of the Polidura neighborhood.
Correct.
Publishing the next file ending in 441. Beginning of the video, date and timestamp. Could you read that into the record, please?
Date 08/06/2023 with a timestamp of 22/04/38, which is 10:04 at night.
And play the video starting at 22:11 and 16 seconds.
Yeah, they both lived in like really nice neighborhoods. Like I think Devyn, one of the houses is like $700,000 and the other one is like $555,000, or at least when Terry looked it up at the beginning of the trial, but I can't remember which is which. But either way, they both, well, granted John was with his parents, but both very nice houses. I think Devyn had the better house, so I think that was the more expensive
Stopping at
one.
22:12 and 7 seconds. What do we see there at the top of the screen?
We now see Jonathan's Chevy truck with the trailer. However, this time he's now driving northbound, and this coincides with coming from the Chevron, coming up Windmill, turning onto Charter Oaks, and this will be the direction going back to his house as he's going towards Polidura.
So he's now entering the neighborhood, correct?
Correct.
I believe this detective said he went out and got them.
Publishing file ending in 128.
He canvassed the area. I think he said that. Or somebody did. Honestly, my brain is kind of broke from how boring today's been.
Can you please read that date and timestamp into the record?
Yes, date's gonna be 08/07/2023, and the timestamp is 02/01/26, so 2:01 in the morning.
So several hours later, but same camera view, correct?
That's correct.
Now into the early morning hours of August 7th on approximately 2:01 in the morning.
Correct.
I got me a big girl drink. Now that I
Playing at
ate dinner,
2:04, 3 seconds.
time for a big girl drink.
Stopping there at 2:04 and 36 seconds. What did we see there?
I mean,
You see a vehicle
cute
that's
for
on
boredom.
Charter Oaks, appears to be the Nissan Armada, and it's traveling southbound, which will be coming from the Paladura street and address and going towards Windmill.
Towards the exit of the community, correct?
Correct.
Did you say correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You know, if we're thinking like, why is this important? You have to, somebody on the jury has to be the same thing. Like, okay, you've established where they are through several different methods. I don't know if we really needed
Now at
cams. But
2:17, Charter Oaks, ultimately we see an activation as well, correct?
That's correct.
And what does that activation show us at 2:04 in the morning?
It shows a vehicle that's passing by, turning from Paladura onto Charter Oaks. The house right here is able to, it gets an activation, and it appears to be the Nissan Armada as it's leaving Paladura and turning onto Charter Oaks.
And did you also canvass for video at 2699 Basalm Pear Court?
Yes.
Okay, can you orient us where that is?
Yes.
Okay, so he did
26
canvas,
Basalm
too.
Pear Court is the street to the north of Paladura. Here's Paladura, and it's the street right here that also ends in a cul-de-sac at the end. 2699 was actually directly behind the house where the murder occurred.
And were you able to locate any surveillance video from that?
right?
Yes.
I want to hear the damn
resident there was
dogs
able to
barking.
provide activations from their surveillance system.
Might as well.
What was that, sir?
Yes, the resident there was able to provide activations from their surveillance system that they had.
Anything of evidentiary note?
Evidentiary note, no. There was activity, some of the residents coming and going, walking their dog, and a little bit of activity on the street, but nothing that was suspicious in nature.
And then how about 2706 Basalm Pear, that same street?
Yes. And
Can you orient us, please?
Yes, that would actually be up here at the very end of the cul-de-sac. So they border, their sidewall actually bordered with Charter Oaks.
Anything of
It's
evidentiary
been
value from that?
84 years.
No, only thing that they did provide video. The only thing that we did see on that was actually the residents themselves just at their home.
So same as the other there?
Correct.
Nothing suspicious? No
Watch
one
out,
jumping
Bob.
walls, anything of that
Be
nature?
suspicious.
That is correct.
No odd vehicles coming through?
No.
Now, did you also canvass the African Violet Street?
Yes, it was canvassed.
Can you please orient us on that?
Okay, so African Violet is going to be the roadway up here. Has a cul-de-sac down at the east end of it, And then when you come up to the west, it actually comes up to Charter Oak Street.
Who gets to
Anything of
decide what
evidentiary
street
value from
names are named?
No, there was not. There was video was provided, but there was nothing suspicious. Just homeowners and the vehicles that belong there.
Now, nothing suspicious in that surveillance either, correct?
That's correct.
And you knew the important vehicles of this case, the Nissan Armada, the Honda, as well as the work van, and then Jonathan's truck, right?
That's correct. But also, in addition, while viewing all this video surveillance, when I say nothing suspicious was observed, looking for anybody that might possibly been, essentially sneaking in the neighborhood or looking like they're not sure if they're supposed to be there, as well as vehicles that are driving erratically.
And people holding a sign that just says
scene or not familiar with the neighborhood that they're in.
And so after reviewing these videos related to the home murder scene itself, you're able to eliminate anyone from jumping the wall or anything of that nature in the videos, correct?
That's correct.
Now I want to flip back.
I guess maybe to show that,
to
that
chevron.
the air's not there.
There was
but-
video surveillance taken from inside that chevron, correct?
That's correct.
And at this time, I believe between stipulation of the parties, the state would move to admit 623A, 623B, and 623C.
Thank you for your dedication, Juju.
Showing the stills.
I appreciate you.
Video.
Yes, we have no objection to this, however, the entire video has been marked and admitted.
The entire video has been released?
Yeah, you.
Yes, yes.
The video from inside the store?
Objection.
We've only seen the video outside the store.
We're bored.
Court's indulgence.
Oh yeah, let's learn about streets. When new subdivisions are built, developers often propose names. However, the local government has the final say and will only approve names that adhere to local regulations. Oh, look at that. It's like a mini Llama Learns episode. A developer or a resident might submit a name proposal. Oh, hold on. I know, right? I think it's over, so. Let me check my weather. I should probably do that.
So at this time, Your Honor, we have not admitted the full video just yet. However, we will be doing so, but these are just stills from the video.
Okay.
So the state moves for admission.
No objection.
There's no objection to the stills, which are the names again?
Specifically 623A, 623B,
We
and
got
623C, Your Honor.
0.8 inches.
Permission to publish.
So,
Showing you 623A. Does this appear to be a still from the surveillance video obtained from the Chevron?
Yes.
And what do we see in this video?
This video is showing the doorway, the entrance to the actual convenience store itself. And here you're able to see Devyn and Johnathan entering the store.
And is there, what is Devyn wearing in this photo?
In this, she has a white tank top, blue shorts, and then dark, appears to be Nike athletic shoes.
And is there something on her shoulder?
Yes.
oh yeah, I want to see these shoes they
Like a
keep talking
backpack
about.
style purse bag.
So then showing you 623B, is that a close-up of that backpack style purse?
Yes, it is.
And again, the blue shorts and white tank top, correct?
Show
That's
us the shoes.
623C, just another angle of them leaving the store, correct?
Yes.
That's not helpful. I need to see the side of the shoes. Okay, yeah, so at least $500,000. That's crazy. No, I don't think so. I think it's just a diamond because we're all diamonds.
During the investigation, you had
we'll
also
say
learned
about me, why not?
that the Devyn Michaels had gone to a CVS store. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And so based on that, you obtained
They
video
keep saying
surveillance from
Devin was
that
wearing a
location?
pair of black
Yes,
with
it was
white
a pair.
Nikes and that they're missing. But there was like a black shoe with like a white line, you know? They look like Skechers
Specifically
at her house.
8320 Cheyenne Ave, correct?
Yes.
But I'm going to need a close-up of the shoes because they look very similar. Ah, yes, thank you.
I'm going to play the file drive through outside.
Even my computers are now flashing like, "Ugh, aren't we done yet?"
And do we see a date and time stamp there? And if so, please read it into the record.
The date 08/07/2023. Timestamp is 2:28:02 a.m.
And that's when the vehicle is pulling into the drive-through. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is the drive-through to the pharmacy.
Yes, it is.
And what type of vehicle is that?
This is a Nissan Armada.
And this is the Nissan Armada belonging to Miss Michaels, correct?
Yes, it is.
Playing.
I mean, would you think she'd cut off his head and then casually drive to
What
the
do we see inside the
CVS,
vehicle?
pick up her
You
kid's
see
medicine?
female in a white tank top in the driver's seat, and she's the only subject or person that you can see inside the vehicle.
So no other individual visible inside this vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
It's always a Black Nike show. Yes, but have we watched it in its entirety, Angie? It could be very important. Oh, why is Facebook being so stupid? I don't know. You know, this kind of makes me nervous on what kind of evidence they have, because I do feel like they've wasted a lot of time bringing up stuff that isn't really important. That makes me nervous about, like, what do they have as evidence? Because why are we wasting our time on this? Why were we
That's correct.
wasting, you know, most of the day, in my opinion, is like a waste of time. But what do you all think?
And the vehicle is now leaving that drive-through at approximately 2:30 in the morning.
I mean, why are we
on
not
the
looking at the
7th,
phone
correct?
calls and the text messages?
Now, you
Why?
had mentioned that you also canvassed for video at and around the 5510 Porcupine Rim address, correct?
Yes, it was canvassed.
And that address had evidentiary value because that is the home of Miss Michaels, correct?
That's correct.
Again, the words evidentiary value
And
is
what
doing
was the
some
purpose of
heavy lifting
canvassing around
today,
that
in my
neighborhood?
opinion.
To see when her car would come and go, as well as any other vehicles
Hi.
associated to that
I know you.
address, so that we just see the activity that occurred and match it up also
Hope
with the
you're
other video that
doing
we've
well,
already collected
MB.
and reviewed.
Publishing. States 11.
Oh, I know. Hope you're doing well, babe. Heard you're doing good in school, volleyball.
Do you recognize this map?
Love
Yes,
that
this
for
is the
you.
neighborhood with the Porcupine Rim address.
And the Porcupine Rim address, the 5510, would be
Monkey
that
Butt's a
red,
super fan.
Flag there, correct?
That's correct.
And did you collect,
Stop it, savage.
or I guess, did you canvass a 5530 Porcupine Rim address?
Yes. Yes.
Can you please orient us where that is?
Believe from this map it's going to be this house right here. So it's right at it's where the gray juniper turn happens to turn onto Porcupine Rim.
Now, how many entrances and exits does this particular neighborhood have?
This neighborhood only has one entrance and exit, and that's onto Ann Road.
Can you please use the mouse
Yes.
to go over to that?
So it's right here.
And there's no other entrance, no other exit for vehicles, correct?
For vehicles, that's correct.
Kind of looks like there is one, though.
So 5530, you did meet with the homeowners there. They had some activations.
Google Maps says otherwise, but
Of
okay.
note.
Yes.
And what were they?
They had
Oh, maybe it's
two
just a
specific
trail,
activations of note,
not a road.
one of which occurred at roughly 21:01 hours or 9:01 p.m., where the Johnathan's truck and trailer arrived in the neighborhood and turned in front of that in front of that house to travel down the street towards the 5510 address. And then the second activation of note was at roughly 02:42 hours on the morning of the 7th, and that is when the Nissan Armada arrives in the neighborhood and turns from the Gray Juniper street onto the Porcupine Rim Street and proceeds towards 5510.
Do you see the white work van between those operative hours coming and going from
No.
that address?
No, I do
How
not.
about that blue Honda belonging to Debbie Air?
No.
Just Jonathan's vehicle and Devyn's, correct?
During those hours, that's correct.
Which time span did you look for videos from that address?
From that address, the time span was, I believe it was 8 o'clock at night on the 6th until 6 in the morning on the 7th.
And in that time frame, you only see, of note, the Nissan Armada, as well as Devyn's Nissan Armada, as well as Jonathan's truck and trailer. Excuse me.
That's correct.
No white work van, no blue Honda.
No.
Did you then obtain video surveillance
I think they mean
from
leaving
the home of 6621 Great
area.
Juniper?
It
He's
was
supposed
a
to
yes.
not
Can
work
you
that
please
day,
orient us where that is?
I guess.
I believe it's going to be the house right here. So it's on Gray Juniper and it faces north, and it's able to view the access from Ann Road into the neighborhood.
So it's able to view the only entrance and exit from that neighborhood, correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
I mean, I guess all of these videos are just pointing out that the only person that could have did this was Devyn.
And just moving back to 5530 Porcupine Rim for the record. Playing file 2101. And I believe bottom right hand corner, we have a date and time stamp there, is that right?
Yes.
And what does that read?
08/06/2023 for the date, and 2101, I believe 36 is the seconds on it. So 9:01 at night.
Okay. And what did we see in this video?
You were able to see Jonathan's truck and trailer as it turned from the Gray Juniper onto Porcupine Rim.
So essentially coming from the entrance exit street, essentially,
Yes.
and turning the corner onto Porcupine Rim.
I love that. I love basketball. I did not play basketball, but good for you, babes.
Playing 0242 file.
That's exciting.
Can you tell us the date and time stamp there?
Date's going to be 08/07/2023 with a time of 02/42/50, so 2:42 in the morning.
And playing from the beginning, what do we see there?
And there you see the Nissan Armada is traveling from the entrance of down Gray Juniper and then turning onto Porcupine Rim and going towards the 5510 address.
And that would be Devyn's Nissan Armada, correct?
That's correct.
Well, you know how I am with sports balls, Monkey Butt. But congrats on
To that
both.
6621 Great Juniper.
Yeah.
Publishing for the record 629.
Ugh. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Now, this video is slow to real time, is that right?
That's correct.
How many, is it about 3 minutes slow?
It's 3 minutes slow. So the timestamp on the video itself is 3 minutes behind actual time.
Okay. Playing the first file, 512. We have a date and
Nice
time
camera.
stamp here.
Yes, the date's going to be 08/06/2023 with a time of 08/05/19 p.m.
Do we see Jonathan's truck enter the neighborhood here?
So far on this, he enters the neighborhood at roughly 9 o'clock at night. I apologize. On this one, it'll actually be, because of the 3-minute slow, it will be at 8:57 on this, based on the timestamp on this video.
And that's because it's 3 minutes slow, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Playing at 8:56, 45 seconds.
I'm not even sure where in this entrance it's supposed to be. I mean,
They're at 8:57, 36 seconds. What do we see?
We see Jonathan's white Chevy truck with the trailer entering off of Ann Road into the neighborhood, and then it proceeds to turn
okay, now I know
down
where
Gray
we are.
Juniper towards Porcupine Rim.
Okay.
Playing 1002. Ultimately, we see Jonathan's vehicle leaving, correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall about what time?
On this one with the timestamp, it'll be at 09:29 on this time, because he actually exits it at 09:32.
Playing at 09:28.
What you're looking at, like straight ahead there, that little gap of road is Ann Road, or I'm sorry, off of Ann Road. That's the only like entry and exit into Devyn's neighborhood via car. I feel like they could have trimmed this down a little bit.
We see headlights there at 029.
Yes.
Sorry, 0929.
Yes.
Then what do we see there?
There once again, we see Jonathan's truck towing the trailer, and he's exiting the neighborhood, stopping at the stop sign at Ann Road.
And people running. Right, Angie?
And then after waiting for traffic, he does proceed turning left on Ann Road.
Who's driving Jonathan's truck? Jonathan. Helter Skelter. No, it should be Jonathan, and is Jonathan.
Playing 3413.
Devyn's car is parked at Jonathan's house. So
What's the date and time stamp for this?
08/07/2023 is the date, and 02/34/20 a.m. is the time.
So hours later, correct, from the
That's
previous
correct.
video?
Correct.
And in this video, we'll see the Nissan Armada, is that right?
Yes, we will.
oh my gosh.
At 2:39, 28 seconds, is that Nissan Armada?
Yes, it is. Just turned in off of Ann Road. And
Did
is
not
proceeding
do a
down,
complete stop.
Great Juniper towards Porcupine Rim.
Playing at 5338.
Not really. Yeah.
Date and time stamp on this one.
Date is 08/07/2023 with a time of 06:53:48 seconds.
And in this video, we see Devier's white work van leaving the neighborhood, correct?
Yes, we will.
I'm glad we all feel this way about it instead of just me being like, you know, it's like when we see these really nice Ring cameras and stuff, and then we see all the security footage from like other places that is like garbage, hot garbage. Even the Chevron video was like garbage or whatever gas station they went to. Annoys me.
They're at 7:31, 54 seconds. What did we see there?
His
There
weird
we
van
see
truck.
the white work truck belonging to Devier.
What is it doing here?
It's exiting the neighborhood. It's currently at the stop sign waiting to turn onto Ann Road.
I bet trying to turn left out of there's a freaking nightmare. Ugh. Oh, is that a charger?
And then it proceeds to turn left on Ann Road and out of view.
That's true. Ange, while you guys are, sitting here bored, you can always take a look at our merch shop,
Okay.
tcwtmedia.com. Leggings
At
are $20 off
5829, playing that file.
for the whole month. So you definitely want to stock up on those.
Specifically at...
Yes,
date
ma'am,
time
through the
stamp
end
again.
of November.
Date on this one, 08/07/2023, and time is 07:58:40 hours a.m.
And in this, we will see the Devyn's Nissan Armada leaving at about 8 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And is that there?
Yes.
Sleeping, but you all said that she was playing with a phone.
And turned left onto Ann Road.
Still confused about that.
Then at 8:02:50, I believe we see her Nissan Armada return, correct?
Yes, we do.
So about 2 minutes later, it's coming back into the neighborhood, correct?
Approximately, yes.
(8:02:48).
Correct. You see it turn from Ann Road into the neighborhood, turns left on Great Juniper and proceeding towards Porcupine Rim.
And on this date, on August 7th of 2023, do we see trash cans in the road there?
Yes, we do.
So it appears to be trash day, is that right?
Yes.
Then fast forwarding, same video to about 8:08.
No, I think one, they're trying to match it up with the other data they talked about all stupid afternoon. And I think their way of hinting at like, so Devier didn't leave the
808.
neighborhood this whole time.
What do we see there?
We see Devyn's
The
Nissan Armada.
Okay.
It's turned from Great Juniper. It's up at the stop sign, about to turn onto Ann Road.
And so a few minutes after it had just come into the neighborhood, it's going back out, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you also canvass a 6505 Taylor Creek?
Yes, that was also, video was obtained from there as well.
And that would be related to Porcupine Rim, right?
Correct.
Okay. Can you orient us on there?
Yes. So the house that you're talking about is this corner house right here. Again, where you can have a kind of a line of sight to 5510 Porcupine Rim.
Okay.
And I don't know that I moved to admit this, Your Honor. The state is now moving to admit state 660.
No objection.
So yes, so they're definitely trying to establish and tell the jury, hey, you know how they want to point the finger at Devier? Well, look at this. We've had all the cameras on this house and this house, and the only people you see doing anything are John and Devyn. So though I do feel like this is punishing us. I feel punished actually right now.
Playing 452. Is there something, oh, sorry, date and time stamp at the bottom right? Could you read that into the record, please?
Yes, the date's going to be 08/07/2023, and the timestamp is 06/2056 in the morning.
Is there something of evidentiary value that we see in this video?
Yes, so from this video, you're able to see over to 5510 Porcupine Rim. Specifically, you're able to see parked in the street is Devier's work truck, and it's parked at the corner. You're able to see the stop sign and the street sign, and so it kind of gives us an orientation on where his truck is parked. And then you can also see behind his truck, you can see the Nissan Armada in the driveway.
Can you please, I don't know if you're able to hover with the mouse of the work van so we know where we're looking?
So the white van right here is the work van.
Playing. Again, trash day.
Yes.
Playing 2506. Date and timestamp.
Date is 08/07/2023. Timestamp is 06/21/27 in the morning.
Is this the same?
It's essentially immediately after.
Okay.
It's just a continuation of the one we watched before, essentially.
And again, seeing Devier's work van, correct?
That's correct.
(0738), is this a video as well?
Yes, it is.
Now, I don't see a date and timestamp on this video, but is this another situation where you were able to determine the date and timestamp when looking at the video on the homeowner's device?
It's also embedded in the name of the video itself. So with the name of the video being 2023-0806, that notates the date of the actual video, and then the 090738 notates the time. So it'd be 090738, 38 p.m.
Okay.
And what you're referring to is sort of in that top left-hand corner?
That's correct.
Okay, so 9:07 p.m. On August 6, 2023.
Correct.
Playing. Oh, sort of quick there.
Yes, it is.
So what do we ultimately see in this video?
Also, you're able to see that Jonathan's work truck has backed into, Jonathan's truck, the Chevy, has backed into the driveway.
Yes, Devier has
5510 with the trailer attached. And then it also shows Devier's work truck parked in the street, and the work truck essentially appears to be in the same location that it's observed in the morning videos.
So it doesn't appear to have moved
That's
from
correct.
its location in the morning versus this evening video, correct?
That's correct.
Well,
Now, as part of the overall investigation in this case, showing states 11, there's a Rebecca Road here, which would be on the back side of that 5510 Porcupine Rim residence, correct?
Correct.
And that street was canvassed for video, correct?
Yes, it was.
And no videos were obtained, nothing of evidentiary value, nothing suspicious, anything like that, correct?
That's correct. I was informed that there were no cameras that were observed on those houses. Those houses are also more, essentially, if you want to call them custom lots, so they're larger lots, so there's less homes as well, so less opportunity for there to be cameras.
So at no point during the night of August 6, 2023, do we see Devier's vehicles plural, seen coming or going from the residence, correct?
That's correct.
And we only see his work van ultimately leave at 7:30 in the morning, correct?
okay.
That's correct. It's 7 in the morning.
Thank you for correcting me.
Oh, look at that video. Ooh. They're like, are you guys awake? We're going to make it creepy and weird. I don't know if it's been checked, but
And
it did
just
move,
to
so.
states 11, hammered home, there is only one entrance and one exit, correct?
sure it was,
to this
though.
Porcupine Rim neighborhood?
Maybe.
Correct. So in order to enter or exit, you have to turn from Ann Road on this little connector street, which then puts you directly onto Gray Juniper.
And then ultimately Porcupine Rim, correct?
Correct. And then if you drive eastbound on Gray Juniper, this curve right here, the road turns into Porcupine Rim.
And so this 6621 Gray Juniper Ave, this is a full-time video camera. It's not an activation camera, right?
Correct.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Oh, thank God. Oh my God, I'm so happy. And we all rejoiced. We all rejoiced. All defense, don't you be like, well, we don't have enough time. Don't do it. Just ask him some questions and be about your business. Okay, no offense to this guy, but like, I don't want to see him again. No offense to him. Yeah, so it seems like his entire testimony.
Of the ability of the attorneys to question the witness, so at this point, we are going to take our night recess and we'll do cross-examination. And everybody please remember, tomorrow's a holiday, so the court is closed tomorrow. So we will not be in session tomorrow, and we'll be back on Wednesday. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with
Wednesday, so no court tomorrow, friends. Woo.
investigation, testification, the case, recreating the aspect of the case, or any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, you must not form or trust your opinion regarding the case of the prosecutor to you. We will be in recess until Wednesday at 11 a.m.
Wednesday at
All rise
11,
for the jury.
which is perfect for me, actually. Okay, that's great. All right. You know what? We sat through all that and we were rewarded. We were rewarded. That was so painful. You guys, all day has just been for a Monday. Like, what did we ever do to the prosecution? Who hurt them to do that to us? You cleared your whole schedule. Okay. Well, you guys, today, you can't win them all. All right. You can't win them all. Oh, wait, why are we going back into court? I thought we weren't allowed to hear things. Oh, we're not hearing anything. She's releasing the witness. It was very, very muted, so we couldn't hear it. Okay, I think that's all for that, though. Anywho, oh my gosh, what a day. Ugh. Yes, that does mean 2. Does it mean 2? Yes. See, oh my gosh, it was so my brain is just like off. It's like, nope, we're done listening to things. Yes, Wednesday, that does mean 2 p.m. Eastern for day 5. That means there's no court tomorrow. Because there's no court tomorrow, I know a lot of our viewers are veterans. So I want to go ahead, since we're not going to be live tomorrow, which I am a little disappointed about, but I really can't. I just want to say thank you to all the veterans who do watch, who are a part of our chats and our groups. I know quite a few of you are. And I just want to say thank you for your service in no matter which fashion you served, but thank you so much for doing that. And I hope you have a pleasant and wonderful day tomorrow. Yes, make sure we thank all the vets for their service. Again, I know quite a few of you are in chat. We learned during the Dustin Duran trial when you guys informed us a lot of military stuff that good old Dustin wanted to bring up. So I do hope that you have a good and wonderful day tomorrow and feel appreciated. Yes, at least we suffered with each other. I think we're all trauma bonded now. I think so. So yeah, today was just, okay, that's fine. I have some questions though about some of the timestamps of when certain things are said to happen. I'm still perplexed by hold on, before I go, I was sitting over here trying to like match it up when I was bored like 10 minutes ago. Remember they said at like 2 or no, wait, I'm sorry, when she gets back home at 2:44, she gets home, but then there's some movement in the neighborhood kind of going around in a circle, and the detective that was testifying about it said he didn't really know what that was about. And so I've been over here trying to like figure out what that could possibly be, if anything, because listen, if this is not anything, then is anything? I don't know. See, this is what happens when Llama's brain is not stimulated all day. It's just live with my own brain, which is not good for anyone. Well, you guys, thanks for being with me today. As I said, there is no court tomorrow. So I will not be streaming tomorrow. We'll be back Wednesday at 2, which again is just perfect for me because I was going to have to like start the stream and then dip for my appointment and just leave you all without me. But now we can sit together for all of it. Yay. Am I high? No, I wish. Probably would have been a lot funner. Anywho, you guys, I don't know what else there is really to talk about for today. There wasn't a whole lot. So I'll be back Wednesday. That does mean that Midday Missing will be at its normal time. of 1 p.m. Eastern, and then Terry will just portal you guys over to Couch Court on Wednesday. So do you guys think that I thought they were going to wrap up this week, but I don't know. I just don't know what I don't know what the prosecution has. I feel like they're just showing us a bunch of stuff that's just like, this could have been an email. You know, you could have just both stipulated about this. It's all agreed upon. Is anything just seemed like a question you ask when you're high. Well, I'm high on annoyance from this trial today. So what did we learn today? We learned that it's most likely that Devier did not leave the neighborhood or did not arrive in the neighborhood of John's place, which, I mean, okay, that's fine. And what else did we learn from this morning? I don't know. I was so bored to death. I like forgot. I think my brain just erased it all. Oh, unsure. We're all unsure. I read a bunch of her notes. That was very hard to make out what they said. So there was a lot of unsure. Actually, you know what? We should have known. That's how we started off today. And here we are ending the day. All of us just unsure what happened. I jinxed us all. In his car with his phone anyway. Yes, that's true. Where's the phone person? Like, where is the person that is going to tell me about the phone calls? That's going to tell me about some text messages? Like, where is that? Listen, Devyn loves writing shit down. All right. She loves it. I know. I read it. So, you know, there has to be text messages that could point in favor of maybe something nefarious happening. All right. She definitely seems like somebody that would do that. They brought up all the phone data of even Andrea in Oregon, and they just showed us where the phones were, which was cool, I guess. The one thing we learned from that guy was that John's phone blipped blue at like 11:30, and then it didn't blip again blue until the morning hours over at Devyn's house. Then it was blue and red, even though that did not match up with the infotainment system that showed that she wouldn't have been at home. So I'm very confused about that timeline and those two details matching. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, you're telling me the neighbor next door is the very first video they showed us this evening, where it was the neighbors who live right next to John and his parents. Nothing. We're not even going to hear those damn dogs barking at 3 in the morning, because you know it would probably pick them up, I would think. Maybe not. Maybe that Ring camera is not as sensitive. Maybe it doesn't just pick up noises. That's true. Never mind. That could be a reason why. Either way, that's the most that came out of today. That's all I got for you. It did not, nothing I would say really has solidified more of her guilt. But again, we know the phone. We know John's phone's over there. His keys, his wallet. Oh, she lied about the keys and came up with some story of John giving them to her. But that doesn't track. So, because he drove them back from her house to his. I mean, listen, there's a very good chance she did this. I'm just a little disappointed in, honestly, how the state's handling this case. I mean, listen, we watch a lot of trials together. We do. All right. But I'm going to go with those 12 jurors probably do not. And if we, avid trial watchers, are sitting here like just very confused, very disappointed, and honestly, both sides at this point, I can only imagine with somebody on the jury is sitting there like a little lost, like, what? Maybe not. Maybe they're like, oh, this checks out. I don't know. Oh, Buffy says my Ring camera doesn't pick up noises. It turns on when it senses its motion. Oh, okay. I don't really know how those things work. I don't have one. Before you get the wrong idea, I don't have one, but my neighbors sure do. All my neighbors sure do, which is nice because I live on the corner. So I got like 4 cameras watching my house. So that's why we didn't get one. We're like, well, they're on there all the time. So Pam says, I honestly wouldn't want to be one of those jurors. I may have my fingers crossed to be an alternate. Yeah, this is a little messy. It's a little messy for them having this case because this happened in 2023. You know, they've had this case for like 2 years. And remember, they offered her a lot of plea deals, and she took a plea deal and then backed out at sentencing. So I'm just saying, I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. I just know I'm a little disappointed. I mean, the case is crazy. It is, but like that's the thing, right? Is they're telling us all this crazy stuff, but they're like, don't pay attention to the crazy stuff. Like, here's the importance. But you're like, this is messy. This is very, very messy. So, okay, you have several, and they pick up sound as well as video. Buffy says they do pick up sound as well as video, but not their motion activated. I mean, I don't know, maybe different systems do different things, or maybe I think, don't they have like sensitivity on them too? I think my neighbor once, her and I had a conversation about it. Because hers was set like to way too sensitive. Like if a leaf blew or something, it was going off all the time. But I don't know. No wonder they were pushing a plea. I mean, show us the phone calls. That's what I want to see. Also, I did say this last week, and I still kind of need to tap in. I think I need her to take the stand. I really, really do. Based on what everyone else has testified to, including and especially Devyn. Especially Devyn. She's going to have to get on that stand. And she's going to have to be convincing. Because, listen, even if Devyn had nothing to do with it, his ass was still lying on the stand. All right? I get it. Maybe he's embarrassed about their relationship in his past. Fine. Okay, but you still did make a lot of sense. You came off very suspicious. Okay. I mean, unless you are really like that, just not with it. I don't know. But I'm going to need her to do that. That's what I'm going to need from her. Buffy says, if not, it'll pick up every car that passes by. And you don't want that notification every time a car passes. Yeah, it was something like that. She was just like, can you tell B to come over here? Because he's like the neighbor. Like anytime any of them need help, they always come knock on the door to either B or my brother now. So Pam is saying, you're saying that with 2 years to prep, prosecution should have their ducks in a better row. It is more like chasing cats. Yeah, I've seen better. And maybe it's the way that they're conveying the information too. It just doesn't seem to really be tracking, right? If you're going to have a case that like the times are important and who's where is important, okay. But like we went over a lot of data today. But that wasn't also matching up too much. I don't know. They could use some work. They could use some work. Juju says Messy's an understatement. Yes, Devyn, take the stand. But she'll go crazy. I mean, maybe. I mean, do I want to see that? Yes, I do. But also, I just think from a strategic point, if they're pointing the finger at Devyn as hard as they are, she's going to have to take that stand. She's just going to have to. And just try to be a better, more convincing, witness. So, I mean, listen, while I think it is unlikely, it is. First of all, just remember these houses are about a 20-30 minute drive apart. Okay. So it's not like Devyn could just like escape out the back door and, walk there. No, he would need a vehicle of some sort. So I don't know. Juju says Devyn's defense does not give a shit. Well, in their defense, they've only had this case since August. Okay. So in her defense's defense, that's why I'm giving the defense a free freaking pass. They had what 3 months to look through and go through all of this BS, where the prosecutions had 2 years. Like what? And I will say this about the lawyers that she have. They did an amazing opening statement, I felt. And their questioning of witnesses hasn't been as strong. It's a little like, what are you trying to get? Well, the dogs in the chairs. I don't know what that was about, but again, they're doing a third-party defense, which is a little tricky to do. So I don't know. We'll see. I'm curious to see what the defense does put on, because they are going to need to. So yeah, just this time we're not going to be very hard on the defense attorneys. They literally had 3 months. Because when she was like, for her sentencing, when she's like, I'm innocent and I can prove it, which, okay, we're gonna need that proof. Okay. But when she did that, her original lawyer was like, Judge, I'd like to make a motion to withdraw. And the judge was like, yep, granted. So I forget when she went to court. I want to say it was like July 17th or something like that. So mid to late July is when she went. So made it back in time to go back in time to see what I missed back in time. Babe, don't do it. I mean, by all means, I'm going to not tell you, or I'm not going to tell you not to watch my stream, but I'm just saying, maybe put it on like 3 times speed. Maybe it might make sense to you, and then give us the cliff notes. It's not cheating. It's sharing, because sharing is caring. Oh, there you go, Angie. You're going to say it. You missed nothing. Not really. I mean, meh. Yes, Wednesday at 2 p.m. Eastern, we will be back. And hopefully they've brought their games. So with that, my dear friends, I am going to go for this evening and rest up a little bit. So again, no court tomorrow. No court tomorrow. Make sure we tell our friends. I'll probably post something somewhere tomorrow, letting everyone know. A reminder, maybe. We'll forget. Savage says the state needs to have a better, clearer narrative about what happened and how it was her. I agree. I really do. I really, really agree. They're not doing it for me. So we'll see. And again, since I won't be here, thank you to all of our veterans, both in replay crew, in chat, or, just everywhere, even if you're not here. Thank you for all you guys do. And for everyone else, until Wednesday, 2 p.m. Eastern, go forth and be amazing. Bye, guys.